you touring around bars in Glasgow before you go to the Fringe Festival.
Oh yeah, this is me trying out I'm gonna have to remember every single line I say on this stream so that I can just do it again on Sword Stream.
Only the stuff that lands. You don't have to remember all of it. Only the stuff that
No, it'll be cowardly to just keep the good and toss the bad. The point of a stream is that it's honest, and it would be dishonest for me to remember everything I say now and just only repeat the good bits.
I don't know. Speaking of, maybe we won't get into it, mostly because I have like no fucking idea like what any of it means. But I'm gambling on Twitch now. It's gone.
They've banned. Yeah, I mean it took them long enough.
Yeah, no, I was thinking that as well.
Oh, it's.
Also, I kind of like the fact that you just kind of had a reserved. Yeah, like, oh yeah, I know. I was online. I was ready to spend some crypt bucks. And
no, it was reserved because I've seen it with like the CS:GO community years ago, and it annoyed me. It was genuinely a year of it took them their sweet fucking time.
Yeah, people never learn from history, I suppose. Oh my god!
It's funny though because my dad watches a few of those streams, and because it's not because it's genuinely because he has had gambling issues in the past.
No, that's why I said oh no. That seems
it's funny because it actually helped him stop gambling because it kind of
interesting.
It let him kind of just see that vicariously and not gamble, which was probably the weirdest use case and not the intended one. I'm still glad they're gone, but that is the weird one.
In fairness, I mean, I'm not at Milton Keynes anymore, so it's not like the guy even, will be able to find me. But our quality assurance guy at Babcock...
Hello, Hilltoppy.
Hello, Hilltoppy. Nice wave. Our quality assurance guy at Babcock used to, on his lunch breaks, watch YouTube videos of fruit machines. And I think that was a similar thing for him of he might have had a gambling addiction at one point, and that was kind of how he helped himself, wean out of it.
So good. If it does that, I suppose there is.
Oh yeah, if it works,
glad they're gone. I don't. Before it sounds like I'm defending them. Can't say. Fruit machine videos, yeah. Oh hey, AJ Gillum. No, yeah. Fruit machine videos. I mean, there's weirder than that. There were people I saw streams of who were just doing scratch cards.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, sorry. You're asking what the hell is a fruit machine? It's what are they called in America? A slot machine.
A slot machine.
Yeah, we call them the fruities.
The fruit machine. We call them fruit machines because they have fruit on them.
And they used to be like ones with the lever on the side you can pull down. Those were called one-armed bandits.
Oh yes, that's right, because it robbed you.
Yeah. Oh, I got 20 quid off a scratch card today.
Well, yeah, I told you to buy a scratch card after a bird shat on you, and I was right.
A bird shat on me last night, and I was deeply unfortunate about that.
Yeah.
And he was like, "I'll buy a scratch card." That's a superstition for good luck, apparently.
Yeah, if a bird shits on you, it's good luck.
Doesn't fucking feel that way, but
no, because you're covered in bird shit. But
I'm gonna go running onto trees tomorrow and buying scratchers. I'm just gonna.
I was thinking of the episode of Nathan For You where he helps out the car wash business, where it's like if you put more birds on trees and they poo on the cars, and they'll go to your car wash more often. And so he just feels, and then he's like, these birds aren't pooing enough. What's a big bird that we can put? And then he's like, well, peacocks shit quite a lot, and they're quite big birds. So he just starts selling trees full of peacocks to try and drive business up to the car wash. So I'm just thinking you could do that, but for just generating good luck.
You see, the Nathan For You one has some physical logic to it.
Oh yeah.
Maybe I can maybe I can get shat on, just go in there and I'm gonna rub this on your countertop unless you give me a scratch card, and then get arrested for the most pathetic crime that's ever been threatened.
I mean, that was my joke yesterday, is that the military could scale that up, mass scale, soldiers before they go into war just get covered in bird shit to give them an advantage. Which I don't know. I think if you were covered in bright white poop and you were fighting in I don't know, like a really dark area, I don't think that would be that useful.
Hello, Cork in the Crack. Hello, everybody. Hello,
I used to work on a quail farm. I'd be rich if I bought scratch shops further. There we go. Well, if only you knew.
Anyone working on a poultry farm or just anything to do with birds, get yourself in the line of fire.
There we go. Make it happen, folks.
Alright, I think we should get rolling. This is Spark the Electric Jester. I've beat this game again recently. I think I beat it when I used to stream on YouTube, which is looking like a return, but probably not. I don't know. It's all a confusing bunch lately. There's nowhere... I don't approve of this. I mean, joking aside, I'm not planning on going and getting shat on.
Okay, good to know.
Yeah. You're not gonna see videos of mad Z-list YouTuber get shit on, says it's for good luck.
And also, just to clarify, by birds.
Yeah, the animal. Well, I guess
yeah,
birds,
the animals.
I guess, you know, the wild animals.
Birds gonna get shat on Bob. Boys man, no, we can't get shat on Bob.
That'd be two very different news stories.
Yes.
That'd be two very different ones.
Yeah, shat on by birds.
This will all be clipped out of context. If I was a popular enough YouTuber that this would actually be good, like, blackmail ammo, I'm sure this would be going everywhere.
You wanna get at the stage on YouTube where you get past or before the blackmail point and you get to the animation points where people will spend, like, minutes putting funny images to your clips.
Yeah. I want that point where people are going the extra mile and downloading JPEGs for... I have a picture of, like, a screaming woman, and then a cartoon emoji poop, and then my icon.
Yeah, there we go. Easy.
I didn't know Mandalore still had a Discord. I was in one years ago. I don't really like the big kind of public YouTuber Discords. They get a bit impossible to keep up with. And that's at their best. I'm
in the JKO Discord and it moves at like 1,000 messages a second. I can't. Those zoomers, that just, I'm not built for it.
By the way, just so a thing on this, wishes that is an unintentional misspelling, but he decided not to patch it out.
Oh yeah, that is a pretty good misspelling.
Decided to keep it.
I also just like that Evil Spark is called Fark. That's good.
No, I like the series a lot. I like the story of this game a lot. It's very kind of tongue-in-cheek, but it's at this weird level. Actually, okay, James, here's the funniest thing.
Okay.
So, I'm playing on version 1.5. The script was totally rewritten and made, like, just a lot lighter in, like, updates. And the same thing happened in the sequel, which in the original release had a decent amount of swearing in it, and the developer, Lake Fepard, begrudgingly had to patch all of the swearing out.
It became really popular with kids and they took all the swearing out. God, that was, there was like a game that came out right at the end of last year called The Gunk, which I was like, this would be a great game for kids, but it is full of like, not even like tons of swearing, but just like very randomly sprinkled through, and it was like really hardcore swears as well. It wasn't just like, I fell on my ass, or, oh, dang it. It was like literally like one of the characters calls an alien a cunt, and it's like, wait, what?
I mean, you've sold me on it now.
You don't like it.
It's shit on by birds, not clickbait.
Dang it.
I don't think you were saying gonk, I think you were saying gunk.
Oh yeah, sorry, the gunk.
I think gonk may well be a slur for someone somewhere in the world.
Gonk, I believe, is a slur. Not that I'm fucking Wikipedia for...
Not that you're cancelling me in progress.
No, I was thinking of... you haven't seen the new Dune film, have you? But basically in that film there's... So I don't know much about the Dune book, but basically, you know how kind of like they turn people into computers so they can like calculate light speed travel and stuff in the books?
Yeah.
So basically, the actor that they have in that, who's like, they come off the ship and they just ask him a question, and his eyes roll back into his head and come back, and they're like completely whited out, and he just like off the top of the dome just gives them this really long number. And I was just thinking of that, like, that's my thing of like, you ask, oh, is this a slur? And then like, just my computer brain kicks and it's like, I've just got all the etymology of all these slurs like memorized.
Oh, I want to actually briefly talk about it, because I actually think I might do a video on Spark. I want to do the trilogy, because I've been playing free lately, and I really, really like it. It's such a fun 3D platformer. And people never really... I've not seen too many people talk about the story, but then not too many people talk about these games, and I don't know tons about the developer. I know he did old Sonic games. I really read this intro as, and it's maybe me being way overthinking like a very simple narrative, that this is an extreme piss take of like, in a light-hearted way, in like a playing to the fun of it way, of like mascot platforms, because the story is the main character got an electric degree, got like a degree in electrician work, made a hat that lets him control a little bit of electricity, got fired from his gig, got found by a circus performer, did electric tricks, and then got replaced by a robot version of himself.
It's kind of convoluted.
Circus. I don't know, it's the most contrived backstory that you could make up for just like Spark the Electric Jester. It's just a string of words.
Yeah. I
don't know. I like it. I think
it's
easy and kind of charming. My parents said it was back in the day too. They were probably right.
Yeah.
Now here I am, unable to pay rent. And it's literally, I gotta pay rent. Then he just notices robots are going mental and is like, I guess I'll deal with that.
Maybe I'll get paid for it.
I'll see what I could do about this. And off he goes. And that's your hero's motivation, is just, I'll sort it.
Would it be spoiling number 3 if I say how it starts, which I think is, like, fucking bizarre?
Starts?
Yeah, it's so... I mean, I guess I'll give it a little bit of context, and then you'll probably know what I talk about, which is that the guy who was developing Spark the Electric Jester 3, before he did so, he was working on, like, a Sega Rally-style game, and that seemed to... He was working on it, and then he kind of left it for a little bit.
Oh, and that's why it opens...
That's why the intro of Spark the Electric Jester 3 is...
I did not know that, and I really like that. Sorry.
No, it is just such like a random intro to that game, but yeah, it's him driving a
I was curious why it gets thrown in, because there is some driving.
Yeah.
And it's it's okay. It's not great.
Yeah.
I'll say this, it does have plane sections, and they are so much better than Omens, it's amazing. So they're actually fun, and they control decently, and then they get like a cool boss fight. Spark the Electric Jester 3, I genuinely needs more love. I feel kind of bad I'm streaming the first one now instead of that.
You could go through all of them. You could do the first one, and then,
I could go to it, yeah. We wouldn't be able to do that in one night, because it would take me about 4 hours.
Oh, yeah, no. I do quite like the fact that, because I just thought this was like a kind of a Sonic game, but no, this is like they try to make a treasure game, like in regards to like how the movement and like attacks look.
I read some of the art book, which the art book for this is insane, because the story in this is so light, but you read it, it's just reams and reams of lore and this extremely constructed world. But it does describe it as a mix, not of Sonic and Treasure, that's exactly what I thought playing for it, but Sonic and Kirby was his inspirations.
Oh, interesting. I guess that makes sense though, because he has the hat that he's wearing is what Kirby wears when he gets the Spark power-up anyways.
Oh, okay. There we go. And also, as you'll see as we get into the game, it's very costume heavy. You're not actually going to see this version of Spark for very long.
Okay. Funnily enough, though, somebody in the chat said, because they're all talking about platform mascots, and they were like, didn't they make a platform about a unicycle? They did, called Uni Races. But there's only 2 things I know about that game, which is, 1, it was made by Rockstar North before, well, fucking GTA 3 and like all the stuff that led to that. The second one was that it got pulled from sales because they got taken to court by Pixar because they thought it was like cashing in on a short film that they did about a unicycle, and they were like, "We are going to fucking what's his face?" Well, here's the thing: it wasn't just them who was like that. It was Steve Jobs, who was. Oh god, this is a weird. So Pixar used to be the ILM, not ILM, but the Lucas ILM. Animation department, and they spun off because Steve Jobs invested in them, and he became basically like their guardian angel for a lot of, throwing money at them to do these projects. And yeah, he was like, yeah, Rockstar North, I'm going to fucking destroy you because you made a game with a unicycle in it.
Oh no.
It's very weird, yeah. I think they made it either right before or in between Lemmings. So they were okay anyways. They had
They were mid at that point already.
Yeah.
So, first boss. This game fucking hits the ground running.
Oh yeah.
Like every stage, mini bosses. Actually, not every, but pretty easy one. Actually,
I guess that is quite.
I'm gonna do
I
something
guess
to
that is
show it
quite
off
good.
because it's a feature the game doesn't actually tell you about, which is no, never mind. I want to do it. Come on. There we go. I did it. If you perfect time a dash, you actually can just evade the hit completely, and that can let you do some tricky stuff. And you basically need that for hard mode.
Yeah.
Because you need to dodge so much more crap. But I don't think the game ever like really tells you that you can like perfect time a dash to get around stuff.
Yeah.
Which is really cool. It's really fun. And this ability breaks the game. This is like one of the best for just clearing levels. Because you get fucking infinite air dashes.
Oh, nice.
And for some reason, this never comes in handy. You can spin dash in this one.
Oh.
Which is nice.
Yeah. So, how many people worked on the first one then of this?
I don't actually know. God, I didn't watch the credits as well. I don't know how big a development it actually is.
Yeah.
Because you only really hear about Lake Fepard in it, and I think really all he needed help on was the music, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong on that. I don't
so
know
he did all the.
I don't know if he may have had some art help as well.
I was gonna say because just there's quite a lot of like the graphics in this are like quite nice for a small indie project.
Yeah. I really should. I gotta do my homework if I ever do actually plan to make a video on that before I go making about the development size. As for now, my research has mainly just been I play the fun video game.
I play the game, I have a fun time, and that's about it. I mean, that's my thing. I'm the one who likes doing weird research and stuff. Like, I mean, yeah, we're talking about Black on Monday, and just there's so many weird stories about Criterion games and that game. But yeah, I don't know. This does. It is funny though that you said that Treasure wasn't much of an inspiration on this, because this does give me like.
It does really. It's not to say it wasn't. Just that the one
that
was listed in the manual was not the manual. The art book was Kirby and Sonic, which I can definitely see the Kirby aspect.
Oh yeah, like the fact that it has like the mid-level mini boss is like a Kirby staple.
Oh yeah, also another reason you just get float as well on this one.
Oh nice.
I think like basically if you find this game hard, just grab Jester and you can pretty much curb stomp your way through it. So I'm gonna try not to abuse it too much. Also,
I will say though, he has got a bit of a. Although it seems to be a really useful mechanically costume, he does look like an Aquafresh like mascot.
Yeah, I can see that. He is basically walking toothpaste. Also, I do like the look up animation on. Every suit has different look-up animations, which is very cute.
Oh, yeah.
Well, not all of them are that distinct, some are just look up, but, it's cute.
Actually, I said he looked like the Aquafresh guy, I just realised he looks like the guy from the new bloody, what's it called game? Fire Emblem.
Oh, hello, Lucas, and yeah, famous short movie patron, currently unlisted and hidden on YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
Ugh. I hope you enjoyed the new video. That was a fun and stressful one to make. And, I think, James, have I told you? That now I've directed another fucking short film.
Oh, well, you were telling me about the, jam that you were doing over the weekend.
Well, okay, directed is unfair. It was,
assembled more than anything.
Yeah. It was more that, I did a film jam. It was like, make a film in 5 hours, and it was very disorganized, and the guy who got grabbed to do directing was very hesitant, like he didn't want to direct. But he kind of got shanghaied into it, like kind of forcefully by the organizer. Not too forcefully, but it was like kind of an awkward situation, like, oh, so you're directing, it was, everyone looking at him kind of awkward. And I kind of had the exact opposite thing of being on Patreon, where I was the DOP for it. But I just wound up doing most of the directing work because, just trying to help out, and it kind of went that way.
Yeah.
And then I wound up doing the editing as well. That one I was a lot more begrudging on.
Yeah. Also, I didn't mention it at the time because you were telling the story, but the way that the robot guy's mouth animates is really good.
Yeah, and that's Spark there.
Yeah, that's fine. That's Evil Spark. Who are you calling Faker?
Who are you calling Faker? Yeah.
It was funny though, because you were telling me the story that you were working on that short film, and I've started playing the new Sambalo game that's on Game Pass now, Immortality. And it was just kind of reminding me a bit of that, because like that's a game that's also about like, technically it's about films, but it's also about like making films and stuff like that. But yeah, God, he's fucking. I mean, I guess his story did very well, and then Telling Lies, I never played it that much, but I think that did pretty well. But it's like on this one, he basically has the money now to make 3 whole fucking films, and not only that, but they're like really well done, like period pieces in regards to like it. I'm sure it's all shot on digital, but it looks like period accurate film stock.
Yeah.
The game itself, though, I don't know if I would recommend it. It's a bit odd, is the thing.
Well, some people like odd, especially around here.
Oh yeah, sure. I don't know if it'd be your cup massively. I mean, the thing with me was that I started playing it, and like Her Story, there's no like initial thing to like hook into. Like you just have to kind of start playing around with it, and then eventually you sort of figure out what you're meant to be doing with it. But I don't know, the plot is a bit.
Oh, I actually gave up the interesting one. Shit, it's a bit hard to follow.
Yeah.
It's funny actually. I got a mate into This Is the Police recently. Like we were both looking for like a weird kind of game. We like to just play story games and just talk through the choices together, and like we did the first bit of We the Revolution. We were playing that just kind of like twats, just like we're kind of starting cases on the first playthrough and just like, nah, he's guilty. And then just kind of realizing in post, then like coming up with the questions, was it determined whether he did the rape or not? And we were like, But This Is the Police, I was really liking it.
Yeah, I remember quite liking This Is the Police.
Yeah, and I was like really digging the voice acting and the noir vibe of it.
Yeah. The art style in it's quite nice as well.
Yeah.
Cherry, if you had the chance, I would play Her Stories. I think as well, I think you would like Her Story maybe more than Immortality as well. I think it is just the fact that because it has the whole kind of like, it's police interview footage and there is like kind of a bit more of a immediate mystery to it, it's just a bit easier to digest versus Immortality I just kind of appreciate for what it's doing, but it's a bit, oh wow.
I haven't played like Her Story. Oh,
Her Story's pretty good. I'd recommend that.
I know it made a few waves when it came out. It just kind of I think I was genuinely on holiday when I first heard about it.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So I wasn't really in a position to play it, and then it just kind of passed me by after that.
Sure.
Then again, those kind of games I think would kick the shit out of me because I am terrible at remembering details.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say the thing with Her Story is that it's just like you don't have to like keep too much of like a pad and paper. Somebody told me to do that with Immortality, and I don't think it would help like that much. Like I can sort of figure out where the plot is going. It's just very, it is kind of, you know, boring YouTuber. Wow, did they meet? Were they on drugs when they wrote this game? Kind of thing. It is just a little bit odd. Ending explain, yeah. I'm not gonna mention the YouTuber who we dunk on now and again because his stuff is very good, but you know what I mean in regards to like he's quite shallow in regards to his reviewing stuff, where it's just like, I think this game is good, I think the graphics are nice, I think the sound is nice as well. And it's like, no, a bit more than that, please.
Oh god, I'm going perilously close in my head.
Yeah.
Oh, got away with that. This game's cool. And you know what I feel bad about, actually? Kind of.
What?
I bought fucking Freedom Planet 2 just before we started streaming.
Yeah, I was about to say, you were like, oh yeah, I bought Freedom Planet 2, but then you were just like, I want to play Sonic Electric Tester.
I want to beat this game for the third time, because it's...
Yeah.
I did like Freedom Planet 1, but I also thought, maybe I should replay that one before I play 2. And that's kind of what I did with Spark when 3 was coming out.
Yeah.
But now I think I'm just in on this. It's genuinely, I kind of like this more than Sonic Mania. I think I've said like,
yeah, I think this
does it for me a bit more.
Yeah, and I think as well, it's like this isn't trying to recreate. Like this is just doing its own thing.
Oh, it
which
wasn't.
I
It
think...
wasn't Donkey, though. I will admit a distaste for that. For that man.
Yeah, I was about to say neither. I mean, I'm not. I'm just don't particularly find him that funny, nor think that's got that interesting points. I have softened up on the thing from earlier though, with him getting into publishing, but purely just from the fact of, well, it's his fucking money at the end of the day, not mine, so he can do whatever he wants with it, you know?
You can't blame a person for his fan base, and he has gone on to say to people like, hey, if this person don't harass them, which is the bare minimum, but really all you can fucking do. But still, please don't say I've slagged him off, because that won't stop those 12-year-olds.
That's very true, yeah. And also, you haven't slagged him off, other than just saying you don't find him particularly funny, which...
Oh, that is slagging someone off.
I guess,
Oh yeah, this game does have lag issues, no matter what computer you run it on. I think that's a matter of... I can't remember what engine it's made on, but that is a matter of what this thing is running on. Ah, look what we got! Alright, James, I want you to take in the name of this power.
Okay.
It's right to the right of the health bar.
Oh no!
Edgy!
And his face!
Now, I think in the... Now, what I do like about this, and this is going into the art book, it's called Edgy because it's a brand of knife. It's nothing to do with it looking edgy whatsoever.
I mean, yeah, I just assumed it was called Edgy because, you know, yeah, like Edge of the Knife, but I didn't know it was because it was a brand.
It's just a cute... Oh, whoops! I got the surfboard!
Oh, nice! Very cool.
Surfboard's pretty sick. It's not, you don't have much attack on it, but it's just great for mobility. I do think there's actually a really nice kind of... Some of the suits are overpowered, but they're only like really overpowered for either boss fights or traversal, with Edgy kind of, or somewhere in the middle. And I think it's a pretty decent. It's a pretty decent balance. That said, this suit's pretty mad because if you hold down X, you just get infinite wall runs forever.
Oh, nice.
Because that's edgy.
That is pretty edgy. That's very much in the style of. Oh wow, and he throws fucking...
Yeah, he throws kunais on release. Oh, let's get this. Just while I'm showing off powers. But I want to hold
That's a very good fight mute in 1988. They should change to butt rock whenever you're in edgy mode.
Oh, they should. That is a fucking good shout.
Or it should be like when you pick up Yoshi in Super Mario World and it adds like a kind of a bongo percussion, but it should just add like wailing, like metal guitars.
This is actually, I think, one of my least favourite suits, this one. Just because it's not... I don't find it very interesting to either traverse
the fire one, yeah?
Yeah. It's funny, it should be my favourite, because it's the one that's, like, mostly the fighting one. Oh,
wait,
yeah. Hang on. This has dash attacks! I'm still fucking...
Oh, wow,
okay,
new tech.
There's more to it. This has a fucking serious combo dash attack. I'm getting sold on this now.
Alright, never mind. Folks,
it's got the Sonic 3 like air move, but a lot more rigid, but still.
Well, I was going to say, because it's got the Kirby Stand Still and Breathe Fire, which I thought that was all it was going to have, but no, the fact that it has like proper, decent like kick combo stuff's quite good.
We'll start playing the... Oh, I've been keeping an eye on that one.
What, Metal House Singer?
I saw Mitch about it.
I made a pretty dodgy joke about that earlier in the week, which was Mitch was like, Doom 2016 tricked people into thinking the DJ was a good band, and I said Doom 2016 tricked people into thinking metal was a good genre. a lot of people weren't happy with that.
Okay, there are
some unironic metal fans out there.
I used to be one of them. I think I listened to a lot of metal through my teenage years. And then I just kind of went out of it.
Did you get into metal the way that most people did, which is you had Guitar Hero and listened to all the hard tracks? Okay.
I didn't. I'm not sure how I got into it, to be honest.
Fair enough. It was funny, like, most of everyone that I went to school with got into metal, and I think it's because they all went into bands, and because it's, like, the most technical, like, you have to be, like, kind of, not technically proficient, but it's, like, you know, it's got all the... You have to be quite technical with your guitar playing and stuff. They were like, oh, this is the best music because it's the hardest to play. It's
right.
Like, I don't know about that.
I mean, it's a kind of young man's fallacy, isn't it?
Oh yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It's why Dark Souls is the best
game. You kind of want to seem impressive without really caring how or why.
Ah, exactly.
I mean, I just keep doing that now.
Meanwhile, I was just listening to shit. So there you go. That's sword. Nice.
We're all listening to shit. So I think I remember a bit of this. This sword isn't actually a sword. It's little nanobots that turn off robots in the shape of the sword.
Oh, okay.
I don't know why they've come to this much lore about this stuff. But
I like the fact that it's really funny that they're luring this game. Well, I guess that's another Kirby thing as well, is that, like, oh, Kirby, King Dedede's still all the cakes, go get him back. And then, like, you read the lore books and it's just like, okay, so this is the god of death, and it's like, oh, cool.
Pretty neat.
Alright, neat.
You can do some pretty cheeky stuff with this. I think this weapon has a really interesting heavy attack as well, which isn't even an attack. You just become faster for a bit after releasing it.
Oh, nice.
So you can just keep charging up and releasing for like great jump increases, but you can't attack during it. I don't know. I think all the suits just kind of have really interesting balances to them.
Yeah.
Which are really fun.
The level design of this is alright as well. It's not as, like, really busy as a lot of Sonic fan games are. It's just, you know, reminds me a little bit of the DS one.
Yeah, like, I wouldn't say it's quite like Rush, but I mean a little bit. It's got the dash and all that, but
I think it more reminds me of Rush because, well, I suppose this level has quite a lot of verticality to it, which obviously Rush did a lot of that because it was on 2 screens. But
oh yeah, this one's cool. This is the ice power.
Wow, it really
gives
is.
You ice physics.
Oh, nice. And you can ice skate like Mario does in Mario Galaxy.
Yeah, I also think it does turn your jump into an attack, but I could be wrong on that. Let me... No, I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Ah, well, can't have them all. You can do... Oh, yeah, you can do that. Which is pretty nuts. And make your own platforms. I'm trying to remember something. Ooh, and that's totally gone.
Dang. I can't even remember what we were talking about.
I keep going off on, oh, this is a cool thing from this game.
Basically, Donkey is pay. We did ask Donkey to pay for this stream though for the big boss, whatever, big mode. Yeah, the big mode cash that he's got.
The big beef.
The big beef.
Oh, I bugged that up. It's a bit of an overpowered ability, this one.
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit nuts.
I mean, hey, you're only robbing yourself.
Yeah, true. That's why I keep changing suits. I have this... I try not to hold on to Wind Jester too much because it is so... It's a really fun suit to use, but I have this horrible habit of, oh no, I'm making it too easy.
Yeah.
Can't have that.
No, it's just funny. It's just like, yeah, we just added a surfboard to the game because we thought it'd be cool. It's like, yeah, this is fun.
And it lets you glide on water. Which is always that handy. Oh. Ah, back up we go. That was a lot more power-ups than I expected. It seemed pretty very interesting. Yeah, no, that's the thing. There's a bit of why I'm like surprised so many people sleep on Spark, though. I think it just gets really unlucky on PR because there is so much put in this game.
I was gonna say,
power-ups, yeah, and they're all kind of distinct. Like, I'd say some of them have a bit of boring overlap, but by and large, all of them have like, oh, if I get this, then I've really got to change how I play for a little bit. Right.
I'll be honest, I've never seen anybody play it, and the only person I ever heard talk about it has been you. Like, I think it's just one of those things people don't really know about.
Yeah,
I guess
that's why I got to make a video on it. I think.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta.
Probably after Hooligans, which is the one that's next. I'm in the process of note taking for that now. Oh yeah, there's also you run on water when you have ice. I freaking forgot.
Oh, very nice.
So much. There's fucking so much here.
It's great. There's just so much technology. That's what you want.
I haven't played before and after the sequel though, which is very Kai's teeth. You've played a Lake Fethard game before. You played.
Yeah, I did. I played the one which had the Metroidvania structure to it. It's okay.
It was funny actually because it came up when I did the playing Sonic Wrong video adventure episode. Eventually, trust me. Why don't
I was gonna say
this has been the year of me starting 5 projects at once.
Yeah, because you were working on your Sonic video when I was doing the Samari video. And so it was just kind of like we were swapping notes a little bit, and then the Sonic vid came out a little bit later, and just adventures still being worked on at the moment.
Yeah, recorded bits and pieces, and I know what I want to say. I know my topics for everything except Shadow, which is just that's the toughest nut to crack for me. Because I don't have I can't think of an interesting angle on that one that gives me something unique to talk about. Like, I don't just want to do, like, story discussion, this is the most fucked up. Like, if you take Sonic Adventure 2, Heroes, and Shadow as the Shadow trilogy, think about how fucking weird that is.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Shadow the Hedgehog, I just think is a funny character. Not like, I mean, I know the joke is like, haha, he's surged in a kid's game, but like, just going all the way back to the reason that he exists is that like Sega kept getting letters from Japanese school children. It's like, can you please give Sonic a gun? Which is such like especially like, I mean, post Columbine, post 9/11, just kind of like,
well, Sonic could defend the school children.
That is true. Yeah. Hey, the only thing that stops a bad guy
with a gun
is Sonic with a gun.
Abe would be alive right now.
You think he would defend Shinzo Abe? I suppose.
No. I don't know. It's hard to say. Actually, it goes back to what we were saying earlier about this game. Well, the sequel having swearing originally. Shadow was meant to have swearing until the E12 rating got introduced and they removed Sonic saying piss. Which is one of my favourite facts.
What? I mean, does he just say piss on its own, or is there like more to it? No, he doesn't just
say piss. He says, Shadow, you don't want to piss off gun.
That's good.
Yeah.
Or, hey, I'm about to go take a piss, or something like that.
You know, Sonic has never pissed in the franchise. It's just not
once.
That's
true.
Maybe that's why he always runs so fast.
You know what's funny is that the Japanese school children, they were all sending, give him a gun, and then all the Japanese adults were like, why do we never see Sonic the Hedgehog go to the toilet? Not in a weird way.
Like, people just want to see Sonic blasting, but to what end? From what end?
I know.
Don't even get the fan community in on that one.
I know.
Also, yeah, I do love the upward momentum on this hoverboard just kind of screwing the stage. So let's swap to... what should I get rid of? Should I get rid of ice? Should I get rid of cool or board?
Get rid of cool for a second. Board's still pretty jazzy.
Alright, you're feeling that one.
Yeah.
I'll leave it in your hand when I see something. If I swap, you could potentially screw me on some bosses later on that one. Because this game gets... Actually, I don't know. I don't know if I'm making this game look easy. I'll just say, first playthrough, it isn't.
Isn't Sonic gonna have a Mario Rabbit kind of game? I mean, that's the first I'd be okay if he hangs out with the rabbits as well. That'd be cool.
I'm not a rabbit guy. I'm not into the post-appreciation. I'm not into the appreciation of them now that they've...
I was gonna say, everybody's like, haha, I like him in an ironic way. No, I just like I've always liked the rabbits. I think they're great. But then I also like the minions in an unironic way as well. But to the point now that I don't particularly like them.
Mother on Facebook.
Oh yeah, no, I invented those memes actually.
It was all you.
Yeah, I was the first person. Back in the day, I was the first person doing it. Which just copied me.
Before cutting your teeth on thumbnails and making YouTube videos, you were the minion meme meister.
Yeah, exactly.
We've all got our humble beginnings.
Yeah.
I was about to confess something I did on YouTube, and I'm not going to.
You used to make cookery videos. He was actually binging with Babish before binging Babish came along.
Not cookery videos. Does begin with C though.
Cock video.
Yeah, I made cock videos on YouTube. I made cock videos on YouTube.
And it was just you going to farms and being like, that's a cock. And they're just like, sir, you have to leave. You're just like walking around just calling all these chickens cocks just because you can get away with it.
Sonic XCOM Rabid game. You know, I will say one thing about the recent like Marvel XCOM game. It was Marvel, right?
Midnight Suns, yeah.
Yeah. I would love a kind of superhero team XCOM style game of like taking down gangs of criminals and randomly generated go after this villain kind of thing.
So there was a game years ago called Freedom Force, which was kind of that, but it was less...
that had set characters. That was like
Oh yeah.
I remember that game got a lot of talk in its day, and like I don't see anyone talk about it today, but it was on a lot of lists at the time.
Well, I was gonna say, isn't it a Ken Levine before SWAT 4?
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think I'm gonna double check, but obviously somebody in the chat could beat me to it. Was it Freedom Fighters? Yeah, Freedom Force. Yeah, it's Irrational. Yeah, it's a Ken Levine.
You got a Freedom Force versus the Third Reich. Or was that the sequel?
Oh yeah, that was the sequel to it, and it was like kind of a throwback style game.
Was I even hitting him at that range?
Good question.
He's still over here in these frames. If you have a ranged weapon, you can get some cheeky hits on him. That was a fucking dodge.
SWAT 4, I'm probably going to have to do. Well, I say I'm probably going to have to do it. I don't know how long the broadcast is going to go.
I would love to do co-op SWAT 4 with you, even though we would both hate that experience.
Oh yeah, no, I've heard the game is like miserable.
We could play it on easy probably, which a lot of I think the higher difficulties they just make it more stringent. You have to be more careful with what you do. But if you play it on easy, I think you can get away with shooting a few perps and not worrying too much.
I just want to do the level that everybody talks. You know, it's the thing that
the grave in the basement.
The cult level, yeah. Which is funny. Like Thief has exactly the same thing, where it's like pretty normal game and then pretty wacky level.
Pretty creepy stuff in there. SWAT 4 is really hard. Yeah, I have no idea if like we'd be able to tackle that. Like relative levels of skill at FPSs aside, I am a terrible team player.
I mean. The weird thing doing this podcast has been how like people just look at me like I have like two heads whenever I say that I play with a controller. But
yeah, that's because it's weird, James.
But that is how I learned to play FPS games, and so that's just what I'm used to.
Yeah, but you're taught to write in cursive when you're at school, and you grow out.
And you don't?
No, I write print like a normal person.
You just get big metal letters and
you realize writing print just means like...
Yes, I know, but I'm laughing at just like...
You're laughing at the idea that I'm busting out a typewriter and...
But not only that, but actually you're writing it like big, capitalized, static letters. You're just there for ages.
I did actually meet someone the other day who had really nice cursive writing, and you're just showing off at that point. You're just like, oh, I was one of the ones who was good at it.
In fairness,
I'm being so mean. This is a nice person.
The really funny thing is that like the only person in my family who has good handwriting is my mom. My handwriting is like,
oh god,
shockingly bad.
Yeah, mine hasn't advanced since I was 6. I don't know what it is. I handwrite a lot, and it's just never going to improve. Just absolute dog shit dummy hands.
My handwriting looks like what like Homer Simpson's handwriting would probably look like.
Should we go back to Edgy?
Yeah, go on. Edgy was a good one.
Let's get rid of the board for a moment.
Edgy Murphy. I'm not saying that because
I know.
Because he also has red leather on like Eddie Murphy and Raw. I can't think of the other thing that would make him look like Eddie Murphy.
It'd be good if when you had this, you just squelched.
Or you press the button and it makes him do the Eddie Murphy laugh.
Oh yeah, he has a unique down animation on this one.
Oh, cool.
This is neat. This one just has an idle hover, but you can do that.
I think cursive is one of the foundations of graffiti. Probably.
I mean, if you're a graffiti artist who's decent, then you're already pretty good with good with your hands.
That's true.
Got a bit of flair.
Unlike Banksy, because he just uses stencils. Don't do much freehand stuff.
What a lame-o. No one's ever going to hear of that guy.
Yeah, what's Banky up to now, eh?
Oh, this is actually the perfect suit for this one.
Oh, I do just like the fact that it's just one of the robot enemies, but it just has a knife.
Big sword. Let's just give the robot a big sword. Oh, that's the big charge ability on.
Mutant 1988. Wait, you play PC shooters on PC with a controller? If I can, only single player stuff because I know that like multiplayer you have to play like as. So that was the thing with like Neon White. Eventually, you had to play that on mouse and keyboard as well. But I don't know. I just find it uncomfortable. I think it might be a wrist thing as well. So Meanwhile, the controller's just designed to just, fit in your hand nice and soft. If I could write emails with one, I probably would.
If you find my name written identically once, it's a forgery. Yeah, no, I'm fucking with you on that, though. I'm quite lucky and I have a double-barreled last name, so I just don't bother with, like, half a signature. I just do my first name, then just initials, and it looks cool as hell.
Oh, I just do my first initial and my surname, and that's it.
Like, there is a quicker way to exit this level, but while I've got the wall run...
Yeah, well, while we're here...
That said, I'm going to show off that if you can't actually run up out the stage. This game's bad. 1 out of 10. Why have I noticed these inane details? Like,
because you have to bring them up in your videos so you can make it part of your larger features, which is that it's a good game, but it's not that good.
Yeah, it's a 7 out of 10 at best.
Yeah.
Alright,
and really, when you only have so much time in a year, you can only sell the best. I would change... Oh, no. I was going to say change magic to wind, but...
Oh, sorry. I skipped it, I saw it. I also forgot to show off an ability, which is you can down kick with this one to quickly get to the ground.
Also, you forgot to say... Also, the level is a reference to Chemical Plant, because it's got the
double helix.
Yeah.
And unlike Sonic, you don't get forced into a lane, which I'm not sure how I feel about that, because... I have noticed my own kind of cheeky sensibility that if I miss the alternative route, which I often do in Sonic, it will lock you out of it. But in this game, it's like, you fucked up. That's not too bad, buddy. Just walk back. But it's kind of a walk of humiliation, It's like, I feel like, you fucked it, but... Alright, come back. Come back, you slow reflexed fucker.
So people are talking about gyro in this chat. I was big on, I thought when the Wii U came out, I was like the biggest gyro head. I was like, oh, this is the future of just games. But now I don't really use it that much. I find it more often than not, I'm just turning it off in games and using it.
I will say I've not used it much, but I played a bit of Breath of the Wild and...
Oh yeah, you just using it for little corrections in Breath of the Wild is quite nice, but it's not,
I just felt, I don't know, I didn't like it. It didn't do it for me. Maybe I needed more time with it, but I didn't play much Splatoon, in general, so... No,
Splatoon 1 was the only time that gyro felt, useful, but that was because you played on the fucking gamepad, which was,
Oh,
it was all the problems of a keyboard, which is its sheer size, with, none of the benefits of using a keyboard.
Oh yeah, did I say it last stream that I got a PS5 for Judgment, and now it's out on PC?
You did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not begrudging the purchase, and it's I'm glad it's on PC, but I still find that kind of amusing. Oh yeah, do you know what I think the compromise reach was? The models are encrypted.
Not for long, though.
Not for fucking long. They were ripped from the fucking PS5, PS4.
No,
No fucking hope.
Yeah, I don't know. I just find gyro a little bit. Yeah, I go for the magic suit.
Okay. Fun. What are we trading out? Edgy or wind?
Trade out edgy.
All right. There we go.
Yeah. I know that the stick flick stuff with it looked cool in trailers, but I never got round to trying it, and I don't think it'd be my cup of tea.
I don't really play comp stuff anyway, because I am. Well, you've seen me. I get mad, and it's not good.
In fairness,
I have a fucking salt machine and way too dog shit, so...
That's the one problem with this podcast so far, is that we're mostly just talking about campaign stuff, when really we should really be dipping into the MP as well.
It would be cool if we could dig into, a somewhat supported, somewhat nearly dead... you wanted to do Gotham City Imposters, but that's... You can't really get it anymore.
No, you have to hope that somebody has a copy and you can do, I mean, I also wouldn't mind doing the multiplayer mode from Arkham Origins, even though it's not really an FPS game. But it is very interesting.
Isn't it kind of a Splinter Cell-y, asymmetric thing?
Yeah, it is. It is like Spy versus Mercs. It's Mercs versus Spies, as in, you have the Joker team, you have the Bane team, and then 2 people are Batman and Robin. And so... everyone kind of has their own little objectives to complete, and I know it's cool. It's made by the people who did Wolfenstein Enemy Territories, and Brink, so it has got a decent MP juice to it.
Oh, fucking so good at this game. Just did those fucking dodges. And then fuck that, then wasted the super.
Trying to get those Hadoukens in.
Yeah, I was trying to get the big Hadouken. Like,
Brink is
the easiest to dodge boss in the game.
Brink we have to do on the podcast at some point, just so I can tell the story of how the fucking trailers and marketing for that game duped me into buying it day one, 50 quid full price on Steam.
Not on Steam, but I have a friend who has that exact same story. Archer Jester?
Yeah, go for it.
Which one?
Wind.
Alright, trading out Wind?
Yeah, trade out Wind.
Alright, trading out the easiest power in the game, or one of them. My mate Pertwee, he was fucking waiting on Brink.
Don't know what it was about. I'll have to go back and like read all the interview stuff and watch the trailers, because there must have been... I think the thing that had me hyped about it was that basically it was meant to do what Titanfall 1 was meant to do. Was it was a multiplayer game that played and felt like a single player game. It was meant to have like objectives and story beats and stuff. But
I mean, I thought it was the parkour. I thought it was like multiplayer with like, jumping over stuff and like, you know, high mobility.
Well, that's what I mean. A bit like Titanfall 1 as well, weirdly enough. But yeah, no, the parkour...
It's funny, this is a game that we probably won't cover, but I'm not sure, I wasn't really feeling it. I'm not sure what it was about it. There might have been some kid snobbery on my end. I wasn't hyped because I had played The Specialists, which was this amazing... Oh, that's nowhere. Which was this amazing Half-Life 1 multiplayer mod, which... Basically, it added, you could dual-wield weapons and do dives and enable slow-mo across the server. It was basically the Matrix multiplayer.
Okay.
And I think I was looking at Bring and thinking, this isn't gonna fulfill what the Specialists did for me. Which is a stupid mindset, but that's what kids do, you know?
Exactly, like when I was I mean, there was plenty of games when I was a kid that I thought were going to be shit, and then playing them as an adult, it's like, oh no, actually, this is like really good.
Yeah.
Also, a lot of games that I played with a hammer. Yeah, grab that hammer.
Yeah, I think I'll replace the other ones. We only just got Archer. Hammer's pretty alright. You can do that. That fucks up bosses.
Pretty cool.
And you can do a big charge, do a big swing. Besides that, it can wreck bosses. It's a pretty good, but it's not good for platforming.
What was that multiplayer? What was that multiplayer shooter? The one that you played against once you died once.
Was that the Flock? No, I don't know.
Oh, the Flock, that's a fucking... I wonder if I'll do Hunt Showdown. That feels a bit too new and also not, like, super mid, but then...
It's a really good game, and I think it does have a decently thriving community.
Yeah,
It did start
I think it'd be interesting.
You might be able to do the game that... I mean, you probably know this better than I do, but it was originally a very different game during development, and what was meant to be that game also came out. And I can't remember what it was called.
Okay.
I'll have to ask Spicy, he'll know.
I was gonna say if we did it, we'd either have to get... I think the only person I know who really likes it is Nevin, which essentially for that. When we were doing the episode about Jedi Academy, and we had a video maker on.
Is a big Hunt Showdown guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a video maker on called Aranok. We talked about Jedi Academy with her, and she was telling me about the Terminator Resistance game, which came out a few years ago. Apparently that would be a very candidate for the podcast, because it is very mid, but it is full of really interesting kind of like ideas and concept stuff. So I might look into that.
I do also like in the story of this game, it does just feel like you're kind of ambushed by plot occasionally, but then nothing really happens. And this is just one of the weirdest jokes in the game, I feel.
Yeah. Oh, somebody mentioned Crytek. I mean, speaking about their roots, I still think about the fact that they fucking bought the Homefront franchise from THQ and did their evolution because it was like, I don't know, I guess Korea were the enemies in Crisis 1, so they just wanted to keep that nugget going, I guess.
Well, North Korea is like it's a good marketing decision for an enemy, because you're not gonna, you are never, there's no chance that you're missing out on selling in North Korea.
No, I mean there was that drill tweet earlier, which was like King Jong Un. How did he do it? No enemies. Everybody loved that guy.
It's just Mutant 98 is saying it's just very solid all around. Shows some real love for the Terminator universe. I think that's more, yeah.
Apparently, there's a cool bit where you go inside a Terminator factory, and like the only thing you have to fight with is a shotgun, which they're like impervious to, so you have to get like clever with it.
Oh, that's good. That is a cool idea. I like.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Apparently, they get and like the way that the game works is that you're never like too overly powered up until the end, where they sort of give you like a bit of a. It's like the end of Titanfall 2, where they finally give you the smart gun, and you just get like a couple of like minutes of catharsis. Yeah, the way she was describing it sounded like a really interesting little thing to dig into. I was getting it confused though with the one that like Grin made like a couple of years ago, but I would like to do Grin as a mini-series, but they didn't make a lot of they did Wanted Weapons of Fate, which is like a more of an adventure third-person shooter. And of course, how can we forget Bionic Commando remake, where I mean, do I spoil that? Even though Jeff Gertzman's been spoiling the twist of that game for years and years. Do you know the twist?
Does anyone even live long enough to remember? I remember also pissing off Yahtzee a lot for some reason.
Oh, I guess Yahtzee was ride and die for Bionic Commando, I suppose.
Yeah. Also, Chariot asked, how recent are you thinking of going?
Well, I mean, Homefront: The Revolution is probably the most recent game we'll probably look at, which was 2017. I guess if it's new enough and interesting enough, we'll look at it. But like, I don't want to do
tricky definition you have on mid.
Yeah,
it doesn't mean bad or middling. It just it can also account for kind of forgotten or not really remembered in history too much outside of cult circles. It's a tricky thing to measure.
Yeah, exactly. Because
Borat was my arm.
That's
a good joke.
Fucking when we did the Singularity episode, Jesse Garasha pointed this out, which is fucking Singularity has a Borat joke in it, which just like immediately ages the game. It's you find a piece of paper and it's just like, I get a nice house, my neighbor gets a nice house. I get nice car, neighbor gets nice car. I have nice wife. He has no nice wife. Great success.
I can't remember if it was exactly this, but I did play Postal 4 for the first time recently, and I'll confess it wasn't really grabbing me. I gotta give it more time. But there was a Hillary Clinton joke in it, and I was like, this is timely. There's the same thing, like, it's not even the excuse of Postal 3, which was it was changing hands and had... I mean, it came out of... Okay, here's a fucking funny thought. How does timely comedy, which was already outdated when early access began, but how does timely comedy work with early access? Also, I could have jumped.
Yeah. Oh, so this was a thing.
If you were updating your jokes throughout early access to keep.
I was thinking about this in regards to because sometimes I'm in Discord and they talk about like what's a good comedy game, and like I'm Mr. fucking Humour Snob, as in nothing makes me laugh unless it's like the stupidest slapstick stuff, in which case it's hilarious. But like written joke stuff, like in games, it's got to be one that I mean, I don't know. Like I didn't particularly
it's one of those
like
horrible questions where I know there's probably a comedy game that's amusing, but you put me on the spot and asked me, I can't fucking think of one.
No, and like people say Borderlands, and I don't think Borderlands is very funny. I don't like the Beginner's Guide. I don't think that's particularly funny.
Oh, I mean, most people go Stanley Parable between that and Beginner's
Guide.
Oh yeah,
sorry, the Stanley Parable was what I meant.
Yeah. Which I think I'm going to join you on the comedy snob circuit on that one, which that game doesn't.
That's why we get on so well, because it's just big comedy snobs.
Yeah, I think that's why. It's good that I met a few other people who's like not on the fucking like Stanley Parable, which.
No, or Borderlands.
I don't know if this is egotistical as fuck. This isn't me going, oh, I could have done that, but they were all thoughts that I feel like I've had at some point in games, but just kind of gone like, I don't really care though.
And it was funny because I was chatting to somebody and was like, but the thing with the Stanley Parable is that it does so many different kinds of jokes, and I was like, yeah, but it doesn't do them all particularly. It's like an all-you-can-eat buffet where it's like, why have 300 dishes when you can't get one right? Yeah.
It was funny, the PDS video I put out. That was also I was thinking about it because I've been accused of being a comedy snob a few times on like videos where I don't decry a game's humor too much anymore in a video because I know humor is very subjective and you just kind of get. It's very self-defeating because there will be someone who's just like, you know, doesn't really follow why you don't get it. But the one that amused me was always, I was on the Dead Rising 4 video, it's like, well, not everything can be Monty Python. It's like, I don't actually find Monty Python funny, it's that much, so I'm that much of a fucking snob. Like, Life of Brian and bits and pieces of, what's the medieval one?
Oh, Holy Grail.
Holy Grail, yeah. Like those, but have you ever tried to sit down and watch Flying Circus? It's 90% dredge.
I mean, there is the Family Guy joke where it's just like we locked Meg in a room and made her watch the other, like, 90 hours of unfunny and unmemorable Monty Python material.
Yeah. Do you know what? You got... like the opposite of that drill tweet. You gotta hand it to him. You gotta hand it to him. You
gotta hand it to... Yeah, you gotta hand it to... See, that's the fucking thing as well. It's like, I don't like saying to people, it's just like, I don't particularly find that funny. It's like, well, what makes you laugh? And I guess... I'm just gonna send them there. It's like, some episodes of Family Guy and comps.
God.
That's my horrible sense of humor, I guess.
Postal 2. Portal 2, again. God,
well,
I
mean,
think we're just
Portal
throwing ourselves out here as...
I think Portal 1 is funny because it's kind of unexpected, but it's also sort of like... I mean, it has the same joke again.
It doesn't outstay
again.
its welcome, and it's
No,
nice and understated. I wouldn't actually call Portal 2 dry that much whatsoever.
No, not particularly. Portal 2 is a little bit... I mean, when you say dry, I mean... So Portal 1 has two jokes, which is one is...
Oh,
GLaDOS is a robot and very matter-of-fact, but she says stuff like, maybe I'll take all the oxygen out of this room, wouldn't that be funny? Haha, I'm not going to do that yet, or maybe I will, haha. That's that one joke, and then the other joke is, like, workplace humor, but what if you died at your workplace?
Oh, this is a very egg... I just kind of remembered...
Oh yeah, he's very Eggman-y, isn't he? Yeah.
There's Fark in there. Also, I am buggering this boss up, but then this is a... I've got a tricky couple of weapons for this one.
And then, yeah, Portal 2 is the same kind of thing, but then it's like, oh, we hired J.K. Simmons, who has, like, a really interesting voice. Let's just get him to do, like, Professor Farnsworth-style humor, where it's like he'll say a weird thing, but, like, matter-of-factly, which...
I mean, I dig Professor Farnsworth. Oh.
Yeah, Farnsworth's okay.
Oh, that's one thing I won't be a comedy snob on, is I do like my Futurama a lot and a lot of early Simpsons, but then that's the most stock fucking phrase for someone my age of, oh yeah,
and
those were funny.
not everything in the early Simpsons. Like, you know, for every so what were you doing, Mr. Simpson? How was the pornography store? I was buying pornography. Yeah. You have, like, you know, plenty of other, like, less memorable jokes.
Oh, yeah, but it's by and large a lot of strong ones, a lot of heavy hits.
Of course, yeah. And it's very, like, fucking season 4 of The Simpsons, which Mr. Plow's in, there's, like, a joke every 30 seconds. So, like, the moment that, like, if you didn't like one of them, you'll probably like the next one, because they just come thick and fast.
Yeah. And I think I tried to do a lot of... I mean, obviously not quite near safe, but that's a lot of my sense of humor was kind of built on the fact, hey, if you didn't like that joke, on to the next one. Go, go, go.
Just keep them going, yeah.
Not sure if it's cowardice or I'm just coming up with as many jokes as I can. I guess that's a matter of perspective. Oop.
Yeah, Portal 1's okay, and then Portal 2... I mean, Portal 2 multiplayer is really good. And the single player's alright, but we do hate Stephen Merchant. Folks on folks on this stream, this is an anti-Stephen Merchant zone.
I was in the office and it did actually get into a talk about comedy snobbery, and yeah, it felt so reassuring when someone else we were talking about Ricky Gervais, and I just fucking hate that man. It's like, yeah, I fucking hate him too. It's like, yeah, good, we're united. What about Stephen Merchant? Hate him? Yes, okay, good.
Just not me, sure.
But when we were talking to, it's like, no, they're fine, they're alright. They're not. They're not.
The problem is that nobody ever says Ricky's alright. It's either Ricky Gervais is the smartest comedian of the past 30 years, or he's shit. No one has a middling opinion on Ricky Gervais.
Yeah.
Which is bizarre, because he is, as comedians go, he's incredibly middling. Yeah.
Should I get wind?
Yeah, go on.
Hammer or sword? What are we getting rid of?
Hammer. We've had the hammer for longer.
Okay. Bang. Get that. Every phase there's like 50 jokes an episode seems a bit low. Joke about Hollywood industry at Emmys was great. Not gonna touch it.
Yeah, video game junkie. He's gone into. Well, I mean, that was the thing that you said. The funniest thing
I didn't say that on stream. I didn't say that on stream.
No, you didn't. You didn't say it on stream,
but now it's out there. I said, I'm so proud. He's finally done something funny.
He's finally done something.
That was me being a snide bitch.
Snake, are you saying that it's not? Are you saying that it's not funny when he plays a video game and he's like,
when he does a voice and now I am slagging him off. Now we're deeper into the stream.
Yo, I've been playing this game and it's crazy. You do all the jumps.
And then he says knack 8 times.
Knack 2, baby.
And then the video doesn't land, and it was ironic.
Yeah, see. Do you know what's really funny though? I fucking found out that he, before he became Video Game Donkey, he was on Newgrounds and his name was like Meatwad Sprite. And I'm pretty sure when I was 13 I used to bully him on a Sprite forum. And I've been doing research to be like, is that still around? But the problem is that Randy Solom's Video Game Director's Cut forum, that's gone. I mean, that went with him. And then a couple of other ones, they're gone as well. So, like, I can't find any... And Texas Mafia, which was the forum that like all of us used to be on, which was like alternative Newgrounds, that's long gone at this point. So I can't find any evidence of this. But like I saw the name Meatwad Sprite, and I was like, I fucking remember. I genuinely, this is like unlocked a memory hole in my head. So yeah.
Oh god, bullying Donkey on. Maybe you're the reason he's like this.
Well, that he's really popular and incredibly successful.
You should claim some royalties. Oh, this is a cool bit.
No, it wasn't that it was edgier than Newgrounds. It was that it was really hard.
That's the next step of my career. I've avoided drama for nearly a decade, and we just crossed the finishing line.
No, the thing was is that it wasn't edgier than Newgrounds. It's that we were all too shit to get on the front page of Newgrounds, and we were like, oh well, you know, this is a smaller competitive pool.
Oh god, yeah, no, I know what you mean of like, alright, so I think I used to do clay animations, they are all gone, you'll never find them. They exist on one DVD, which is somewhere in my house.
Pretty cool.
And that DVD might no longer work. That was when I was like 13.
Yeah,
oh,
I mean, I think that was a thing as well. Because when I was a little kid, I had the Lego Steven Spielberg like movie thing, which came with a little Logitech webcam, it had a little button on top of it, so like you could click it and do frame by frame animation. And...
Oh, I used Monkey Jam.
Oh yeah, I think I used Monkey Jam for a bit as well because. That was the only one that did, like, really decent onion skinning for a while.
You were trying to be an Aardman, Snake. It's even more embarrassing than that. I was inspired by Nox Corner. I was inspired by...
I remember Nox Corner. Yeah. The guy came back for a while, didn't he?
He scammed a bunch of people out of money by promising a bunch of DVDs and then not shipping them, and then disappeared. And now he occasionally drunkenly streams, and he's incredibly bitter, and I wonder what the hell happened to his head to make him like that.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe the clay turned against him.
I should have grabbed that. I think the staff suit is an electric pole. I had it in the first level. It's very, very powerful. It's a very good kind of boss clearer because you just jump and mash attack.
The weirdest thing about
I haven't been looking at the chat too much, but I did. Yeah. I will say as well, no. But that aside, Gillum, I really did like. I mean, I love Aardman stuff. I still love Wallace and Gromit. Still, I enjoyed Chicken Run as a kid. I think as a kid I liked Flushed Away.
Are you looking forward to Chicken Run 2 any day now?
No. I'm just kind of indifferent. Wasn't it? Was it Mel
Gibson
who played the lead, or was it?
Yes, Mel Gibson is the lead character.
I don't think he's coming back.
No, he's not. I believe that the woman who's the main character in Chicken Run, she's coming back, but Mel Gibson hasn't been asked to return for Chicken Run 2.
There's an old Frankie Boyle joke I do like about Mel Gibson, which was, in Braveheart, no one said, oh, he can't play him. And look at him now, an alcoholic racist. Mel Gibson playing a Scotsman. Donkey won't be a real one unless he brings back Gex.
I mean, he will. and And then what you said, which will come true, which is that once people actually have Gex in their hands, it won't be ironic anymore. It'll just be shit.
I think this stream is really just me just putting out that I am a fucking egotistical snobber under it's like, God, I hope someone does bring Gex back, so then the jokes will end about Gex.
Your Creature Comforts.
Oh yeah, Creature Comforts. Yeah, I've not.
Which I think
I've not watched
okay.
Creature Comforts actually.
I mean, it is literally just vox pop like audio of people on the streets that they then put like animal animations. So I think that was how we got. That was how Nick Park got his Aardman job in the first place. Was that he was working on like Creature Comfort shorts for him, and then they like gave him the plasticine to make a Grand Day Out. They were like, "There you go, have fun."
Oh, got to dodge that. Got away with it. Nice. I think this boss is about where the game starts getting quite tricky. Oh, that's yeah.
Well, the famous thing with
that was me being stupid.
Well, the famous thing with Donkey is that he said that any game that's made in Unity is shit, and he doesn't like JRPGs. And I can't imagine he's going to get a lot of game pitches that aren't those. But
yeah,
hey, we'll see what happens.
Oh, I don't know what quite happened there.
Yeah.
Oh.
I will say I will stop my talk about Donkey in a second because we got to move on. We got to be professional YouTubers.
Yeah, we got to be professional on this Twitter.
But it is really funny that when I went to Wisconsin to hang out with the essays, one of the essay boys looks like almost like Donkey, and it kind of fucked me up the entire weekend. So
he has a second phase, and he gets a lot trickier. I will say as well, just very inventive boss fights. Just
this is cool.
Oh yeah, also another feature of this game, if those little energy orbs have been collecting, you fill up that bar, which takes fucking ages, you just get a complete refill on death. So that's a little
cool.
Nice little crutch there to have.
Very nice.
Oh.
Why is Dopefish in Deus Ex? Why? Because the Dopefish was in a lot of early FPS games. It was the 0451 of people who made FPS games in the 90s.
But Deus Ex was in the 90s and that had 0451.
Well, that was the game that kind of... Well, I didn't invent it because I think 0451 was in System Shock before that.
I'm just being an annoying pedant.
Somebody's got it.
Yeah.
We got to be at maximum pedantry when we do this podcast. That's what the people are there for. They'll be there for weird bits and maximum pedantry. One of the Deus Ex writers became a novelist, if I recall. I believe that.
Yeah.
Well, fucking Harvey Smith has had like the oddest career out of all of them, because like Warren Spector just kind of went on and spearheaded a lot of projects that didn't really go anywhere. Actually, no, he spearheaded fucking Epic Mickey, which is such a weird like.
And he disappeared pretty much after, didn't he?
Well, no, he went to go work for Otherside Entertainment because he was Jared's boss for a little while he was doing QA on Underworld Ascendant.
Oh yeah, this is why the other one is called Fark.
He is a faker. What was the other thing? So Harvey Smith, before he went to go work at Arcane, he like bounced around at a couple of different developers. And he ended up working on Area 51 for Midway and Black Site Area 51, which could be a candidate for the podcast, but it is incredibly boring.
I do have a kind of note about Area 51, which is interesting. Don't know if the podcast will, that is one of the first adware games that you could get.
Oh, what? Where they stuck ads in it?
Yeah, you could get it on a down. You can't get it anymore. The adware version is down, but they did put it out for free if you download it with ads, which was that and Psyops, the Mindgate conspiracy. Both had adware versions.
For some reason, when I think of ads in games, I always Battlefield 2142, which had the Burger King billboards that you couldn't blow up.
I think of Rainbow Six Vegas, the first time I kind of noticed it, because you'd be walking along the strip gunning down terrorists and taking cover on ads, and I think even as a kid I was like, this is a little tasteless.
Yeah. Vegas, I was debating whether to look at that on the podcast, because that's kind of like the weird fulcrum of, you think that, they're going to move away from doing like super tactical style games and they'll become a little bit more Well, basically, it's like the bad company of that series. But then,
I mean,
no, they pretty much,
I
they
would
kind of
argue
went.
they kind of did. They're nothing like older Rainbow Sixes. They're a lot.
Oh
more
God, no! But then after Vegas, you didn't really get a ton of Rainbow Six games up until Siege, and I mean, Siege is kind of its own, monster essentially.
Yeah.
But...
Oh, Crazy Taxi, Pizza Hut.
Oh yeah, send me to the Levi's store.
Crazy Taxi kind of works with advertising because that game just feels fucking late 90s. That game, to me, does kind of epitomize the idea of the fucking 90s.
Yeah, that was the promise of the Clinton presidency, was everyone would be living in Crazy Taxi.
Road accidents, but really cool.
Oh no, there was never any road accidents.
Well,
in Crazy
you were
Taxi.
a driving road accident. Okay, James.
No.
Okay,
Yes.
James. I've got a question for you. Okay.
Okay. Here's the first
so
here it comes.
you've got a dial, yeah. To dial from 0 to 100.
Yeah.
Now, the further you turn up the knob, the world gets cooler, but the amount of
Yeah.
traffic accidents also increases in tune with it. How far do you push that dial?
So when we say cooler, like,
Well, I mean, you're not fighting global warming, in a kind of your idea of, wow, this is cool.
Everybody turns into James Dean the further we push.
I mean, it could be any number of things. Your conceptualization of a cool world where cool stuff happens on every.
But your question is that would you make the world more interesting if it came at the cost of an increase in traffic accidents?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I'd have to go 50-50, really. I mean, I don't want to have
dial on 50, so.
Yeah, I'd King Solomon it. I'd go straight down the middle.
All right, world is I'm not even sure if it's a percent, 50% cooler, but 50%. Yeah, that's it.
Hey, basically, I'm aiming for the world that they live in Jet Set Radio.
Okay. So that world is 50% cooler than our world. Tokyo is a police state where people are going around doing graffiti.
I mean, that's pretty cool when you think about
I
it.
guess.
That's pretty, that's pretty...
It's pretty hype.
Do you know what's funny, though? If I went 50% from fucking Jet Set Radio, I would end up in Airblade. Which... Are you going to play Airblade before we talk about... You don't have to, but... It might be interesting. It might put Black in context if you play Airblade.
What context?
You had to know where Criterion Games were when they were making, what headspace were they in.
Burnout. It's what.
I mean, Burnout 3 was
I have
what?
to go and look for Airblade.
I keep debating whether to hold off and tell my Airblade story because I think it would be. I'll tell it anyways because I think Hamish will have heard it and he'll enjoy it anyways. So obviously the story. Well, I don't know if you do know the story of Criterion, but basically they were formed by the Canon Corporation, the camera company, because initially renderware was meant to just be a piece of 3D image processing software, but then to get more funding for it, they had to get investors, and the way that they decided to do that was, if we make games in renderware,
then I just kind of pegged. Sorry.
Yeah, that's alright.
Yeah.
But yeah, they just started making games in renderware to advertise, hey, look how good an engine this is. And two of the games that they made to advertise it one was called Trick Style for the Dreamcast, which
I had Trick Style actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember playing it at the Dixons when I was a kid, and that got a spiritual sequel called Airblade, which was published by Namco, which is pretty much the same game, but just on PS2 and runs it. It's bizarre, it runs at 60 FPS, which is such a weird thing to see in, old games. But, it did well enough that EA, caught wind of it, and basically were we want to reboot Skate or Die. Are you going to be the people to do it? And they were like, yeah, sure. And the initial concept was that basically they were going to do Skates, but years before, this was back in 2002, so this would have been
Skids.
Yeah, they were going to do Skids. No, they were going to do a Tony Hawk style game, but it was a bit, but it was a bit more down to earth, and you could get off the board, and it was just a bit more about just chilling.
It was Fug before Fug.
Well, no, it was Skate before Skate, as in kind of down, kind of the mechanics are a bit more about skating and stuff like that. This was the year that fucking Well, this was a little bit after fucking GTA 3 came out and became the biggest thing in the world, and EA was like, no, it's going to be the biggest open world game now, but it's also a skateboarding game. So Criterion said, we quit because we don't think we'd be able to do this, and EA basically were like, you can't fucking quit on us. We are going to sue your business into oblivion and destroy your company.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, you have told me this story, yeah.
To the extent that apparently they were going to be doing a Need for Speed game called Need for Speed Split Second, which ended up becoming fucking Split Second at Disney, but the Need for Speed team said, we can't talk to you anymore because EA said you're bad. Like, what the fuck?
Daddy EA said you're a bad kid.
Yeah, they said we can't talk to you anymore because you're bad kids. And so that was that. And then a year later, Alex Ward, the lead designer at Criterion's at E3, and some fucking EA suit comes over to him and says, no hard feelings, do you want to do a project again?
Oh.
And because at this point Acclaim had gone tits up, so they didn't have a publisher for Burnout anymore, EA were like, do you want to do Burnout 3 with us? And they said, we'll do it, but on one condition, which is you don't get involved in like any part of the creative process. Which they didn't, although apparently they were really gave them a shitload of like really good QA and like marketing support and stuff like that. And as a result, like that's why Burnout 3 was like a fucking million seller.
Yeah. Okay. There's a happy ending on that. There's a there are already from the episodes I'm going to be on. There are multiple stories about EA being the most indecisively horrible or not completely god awful company.
Yeah,
around.
I mean they fucked up Time Splitters 3 because they were like, well, this is going to sell, so let's put all the marketing budget into the GoldenEye Rogue Agent.
The irony of that is so fucking palpable.
Well, here's the thing: Criterion just work on the Need for Speed games. I mean, they work on the Need for Speed games, but they also do any like EA game that has like driving in it. Like they work on all the Battlefield games and Battlefront now, so they're still plenty busy. And I think that they are working on a new Need for Speed game with Codemasters, so that might be all right. But yeah, basically,
Burnout, like classic Burnout styled game, just crashing cars, high speed racing.
That'd be good. I would like a.
I don't need many bells and whistles, just like high octane fucking driving. Give me that.
Do it like they did the fucking SSX reboot, which was just like it's SSX, but it looks nicer. That's all they need to do. That's all they need to do for Burnout.
Look that much nicer, to be honest.
Don't even bother making it an open world game. Paradise is good enough, but if they want to remaster Paradise, go ahead, because I think they did do that a couple of years ago. So there we go.
Okay, cantrips. The skate or die follow-up should have been Eddie Izzard's Skate or Cake or Death, which is overcooked, but with trick pace score multipliers. Cake or Death. Cake, please.
Oh, sorry, roll out of cake. Death for you.
Oh.
Not really much of a choice. But yeah, Burnout 3 did so well that they basically were like, you can do whatever you want next. And that was the fucking story that I told you about Alex Ward, which was like, he went to Las Vegas when they were showing off the first Burnout game at CES. And he went to a gun range and he was just like, I need to make a game about guns. I love guns now. And he got really into like Russian war stuff. And he kept wearing a Russian watch at like conferences, being like, I wonder if anybody will pick up on this.
I think there's a gimmick to this. Yeah. It's a weird tiny... Well, I say, besides this. Besides the obvious gimmick of like his
going between different
meter.
TV shows. God, what was the other? There was another like weird story about. The plot of he had written the plot of fucking Black like years ago, and it was meant to be about like this big conspiracy where you think it's the Russians, but then it ended up becoming something else. And then he was like, and then years later, I played MGS2, and Kojima just managed to come to the same plot that I did, but better, so he scraps it.
Oh my god.
I know, it's just like such a weird game in regards to like all these kind of little anecdotes about it.
I was thinking that was going in a, you know, that old story of Hideo Kojima, like, sad he didn't write Breaking Bad story, which, that was never in your wheelhouse, but okay.
No, you could never, I mean, not saying that he doesn't have the ability to write something like Breaking Bad, but it's not where his, like, appeal is.
Oh yeah, something about this suit. That's its idle animation.
Oh, he's crying.
I have not quite pegged on if there's something there that if you just idle with this suit, that happens. If anyone can explain that one to me. Have I done the moon level yet? Which one's the moon level?
I don't think so.
No, I mean we're up to the, God, I can't remember the exact order of them. Also, hello, Dr. Corporate British. I remember you mentioned this the other day. This game has way more combat than I expected.
I open the stream and the first word I hear is pegged.
Oh god.
Welcome to the stream, Bacon Man 17.
Welcome to the stream.
Also, I'll be back in a sec.
Piranha Forest. I think we haven't gotten past my favorite OST. My favorite OST is in the is Megaraph Fleet. I really like Megaraph Fleet's music. I really like this stage's music as well. It's a very soundtrack which we have not talked about much. It's very eclectic. It goes through kind of jazzy themes, more downbeat stuff. This one's just very whimsical. Makes me think of Freedom Planet a lot, actually.
Yeah. Did I tell you the like two of the voice actors in Freedom Planet I got for my student film in university?
Really?
Yeah, Edwin Tiong and I can't remember.
Wait, Edwin Tiong, the fucking guy who's in a million fucking things from Newgrounds.
Yeah, he was. I did an animation about like a 70s like Dirty Harry style cop who is interrogating his son.
Edwin Tiong's the fucking perfect.
Yeah, and Edwin Tiong's the guy. Yeah.
No, I used to hear so much fucking Edwin Tiong.
I think the whole reason I even picked it. Oh no, yeah, because I was like on the Voice Actors Club website or whatever it was. Now it's just like
the Voice Acting Alliance.
Oh, Voice Acting Alliance. Yeah,
I was on there trying to get into people's shitty animes. Didn't get anywhere.
I bet you could now, though. I bet you could use that. You could use that 100k YouTube subscriber clout to make that happen.
See, that's the thing. I am on one other voice acting thing, but I do it under a different name. Just kind of for different things. I wanted to get in on like pure merit, which is a bad idea because I have no merit as a voice actor.
So what you were saying, you were pulling a bit of Robert Galbraith then, like J.K.
Yeah, but
Rowling.
without any actual talent to back it up.
So like J.K. Rowling then.
Yeah, pretty much. Sorry, I forgot that was Robert Raven. I was just going along. Yeah. No, she is a shit.
Folks, if you got any J.K. Rowling things, let us know in the chat. Now that's somebody I don't, Donkey, yeah, that's a little bit near the knuckle, we both eat from the same trough. J.K. Rowling, though.
Oh!
I don't feel bad talking shit about J.K. Rowling.
Nah, I bumped into this. This is say hello to the most OP suit in the game. It's a bit slow, though, so I don't actually like it that much, but you can just fly infinitely.
Oh, cool, you can just go up.
Yeah, you can just fly. It doesn't have a great deal of combat capability, if I'm remembering, but you can just do what you want. Let's hold on to this for a bit, because in my main recording run, I don't use it much, so I'm gonna try and hold on to and abuse this for a bit, have some fun.
I like the film Prisoner of Azkaban, but I don't particularly like.
I watched the films. I didn't read the books as a kid. They didn't. I grew up on the Alex Rider books, and reading stories about people put in like Thai prisons for some reason. Was
that also one of the Alex Rider? Was that the sequel to Stormbreaker?
No, I just remember I read a handful of books about like apparently real prisoner stories. I just found that shit fascinating, and the one that stuck with me was like probably fake. Some Australian guy getting put in a Thai prison and talking about they'd put you in a big wooden ball and then have elephants go at you. I
shouldn't laugh, but that's the most absurd thing I've ever.
Yeah, that's like a Carl Pilkington fucking anecdote.
Well, it's the thing, innit? They put you in big wooden balls and then let the elephants have at you.
Yeah.
Carl, what are you talking about? That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
The thing is, yeah, the elephants, they just think they're having a laugh, doing a
that's the thing, they just think they're playing football. They don't know there's a bloke in there.
So yeah, my favourite bit of the Harry Potter series is when Harry gets put in a big ball and then the hippogriffs they come out.
I had drink in my mouth then. Oh dear. Yeah, that was the bullying that they did before he went to Hogwarts. It wasn't the fucking thing of he lived in a cupboard under the stairs. It was that it was the Dursleys kept him in a wooden pot and let the elephants of the zoo have at him.
I thought you were about to do a fucking SpongeBob bit there. He lives in a cupboard under the stairs.
Yes, Harry. Oh, there has to be 1,000,000% somebody's done a Harry Potter SpongeBob parody on Tumblr or something.
I never actually listened all the way through A Wizard Dear Readers. I really should. That's like one of the super old internet parodies.
Yeah.
It's apparently really funny. Oh, I should have grabbed
Yeah, the thing that always annoyed me about Prisoner of Azkaban, and I've said this in regards to the holodeck in Star Trek, where it's if you do a science fiction story, you should just try and cap it at one thing, where it's well, what's what Star Trek's doing? Well, set it in space in the future. Okay, that's fine. There's aliens. That's fair enough. Oh, but also we have this deck that lets us go to any place in time, and it's I don't know, that's a bit much.
I'm okay with that because they're trying to do a whole sci-fi setting, and you've also got stuff like replicators in there, so
yeah,
it's supposed
to SSC Society.
Yeah, so I'd say stuff the holodeck.
In fairness, the holodeck is a bad example. That's not the one But the example that I do mean is that when Harry Potter introduces time travel and then never brings it up ever again, and it feels like that's a bit much.
If you see that cantrip, let me know. Give it a link or hit me on Twitter. Hit me up on Twitter.
What's this?
If he's saying there's a really good kind of version of Wizard People Dear Reader, which is pretty well mixed out there.
Okay. I mean, Goblet of Fire had Cedric Diggory, which was played by Robert Pattinson, so I can't be that angry at it.
Yeah. I do respect a game which just, hey, here's the suit that just lets you say fuck it.
I mean, it's like a Kirby game. Yeah. You can just, if you want, you can just ignore game.
Yeah. Fepid has the confidence to just put a suit in his game that lets you ignore an entire axis.
If someone DM'd you with a Mega Link in the next week, that's me.
Okay. Let's hope it's not dodgy.
Yeah, let's just hope it's not them.
This is the perfect opportunity if anyone wants to fuck with me. It's the grand opening, because I've said it on stream.
Jesus Christ. I would like to think that your fans are decent enough people that they wouldn't send anything too dodgy.
I will say I'm quite lucky with my fan base. So there's plenty. So I could be proven wrong at any moment.
That's true.
But generally, yeah, I've been pretty okay with my fan base. I've gotten lucky enough. Oh, whoops, shit! I wanted to hold on to. No, it's gone now. Live and learn.
Live and learn, Shadow the Hedgehog.
Sonic. Yeah, we're going in different directions with that one.
I mean, much like Sonic Adventure 2, it also goes in different directions. Hero and Dark.
Yeah. Which path is
not hero and villain or light and dark. Hero and Dark.
Yeah.
Why not?
They've got good sides to him. Shadow, he's not all wrong. He's just dark.
I was gonna say it's like in Futurama, where it's where they meet the people from the alternate universe, and it's not A and B or 1 and 2. It's A and 1. They can't decide who's the prime universe.
Universe A and Universe 1.
Yeah. Wasn't the thing that the difference was that they were exactly the same, except that coin flips were different.
I think that was it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking now of the Tales of Interest. We didn't see anything ever. Where they just go through a bunch of different parallel universes, and one of them is just no one has any eyes.
Oh, is that the anthology of Interest?
Yeah, that's when they did their little Twilight Zone rips.
I invented the thing longer, but the only thing I can think to use it for is pressing this shit machine that shows you different universes.
That's exactly the line, verbatim.
Yeah, verbatim.
Hang on, wait. Have I got tech here?
What, where you can use...
I've used my double jump afterwards, and my brain kind of filled in a gap of, do you get another double jump after the kunai? You don't.
Hilltoppy, what's a lengthener? I don't know. What is a lengthener? What you were talking about?
What's a lengthener? Make sure you put a link through a length. Oh yeah, no, link lengthener. Yeah.
Is this
So I'm not just getting a tiny little mini link, which can be very sneaky.
Yeah, a tiny URL. This
Yeah.
isn't like the joke in Austin Powers where he's like, I wouldn't use it. It's not my bag, baby.
Now I'll say this
other
boss
item of interest. This book that says it is your bag, baby.
This boss is very treasure. It doesn't have like the treasure limbs, but just we're on a moving background.
And it's massive, yeah.
Yeah. This boss is extremely treasure.
Okay, yeah, like of all his limbs, which is floating spheres, that would be a treasure boss.
That would be the
But that being said,
fucking
the
thing.
background, the fact that it is like really obvious parallax layers is kind of treasury.
Oop.
And when are you gonna play Alien Soldier on stream and get and do?
Oh, I'm so dog shit at Alien Soldier. You have no fucking idea. That is a tough fucking game. I wish I was good at it.
I don't know any treasure games that I'm good at.
No, same here. I played.
Oh, that being said, you did. You bought the one the other day that I told you about, which was
Oh yeah,
Stretch
it was real. It was pure ignorance as well. I was buying more weird PS2 games I never heard of, and I bought Freak Out.
Yeah, or as it's called in the States, Stretch Panic, which is a treasure game which I only know for two reasons, which is one, it's a treasure game, and two, is a boss rush game, except there are enemies in the game, and they're just like bimbo women with just giant tits that you pull on. And it's like, great game. Tip top.
Tip top tits.
They don't make games like that. I tell you what, they don't make. That's what Donkey's going to bring back. He's going to bring back games like Stretch Panic, I hope.
He's gonna bring back Playboy the Mansion. Oh god.
Oh, he's going to bring back the Guy game.
Oh yeah, and he's gonna get another underage girl.
I'm playing the game. It's called the Guy game. Pepperoni pizza pasta.
Is that one of his shticks as well?
I don't know. That seems like a something that Donkey would say.
We're just now accusing him of racism. It seems like a thing he'd do.
No, he does. He does do like shit Tony Soprano voices.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Everybody does. Hey,
Yeah.
you can't be you can always be racist against Italians.
That's true. Yeah. You can always be racist against Italians. They understand.
They killed Jesus. No.
Yeah. That was the Romans' punishment for killing Jesus.
Yeah, they were turned into. That is a good tweet.
Italian.
The Romans' punishment for killing Jesus was being turned into Italian.
The Italians. They're the Irish of Europe.
That's true. They invented pizza. Like the Irish.
Meanwhile, Chicago town, based out of Ireland.
That's very true. Yeah. And you know what? When I was in Chicago,
it's one of his jokes. It's a good joke. It's a good food stuff.
Get your meatball. Yeah, there he goes. Get your meatballs. That's a donkey joke. Those are the jokes you build your house out of. Speaking of which, fucking Captain Sparkles, somebody who I hadn't thought about in a million years.
Oh what?
Posted a video this week being like, YouTube's fucking rigged, like against like any kind of creative endeavors. The moment that you come up with like a concept, you have to stick with it, otherwise they fuck you over in the algorithm, and it's like, damn. I remember when you bought a Hollywood mansion from Minecraft money. What happened?
Wasn't he one of the Minecraft YouTubers?
Yeah, he did. Don't you remember his funny parody of Dynamite?
I didn't watch the big Minecraft YouTubers. I think that era passed me by.
I think Captain Sparkles was the only one that I watched because he used to do mod reviews, which was the only thing I was interested in.
I just remember all of my uni lecturers talking about their kids watching Minecraft YouTubers.
And you know what? All the people that I work with now, they just talk about their kids playing Roblox. It's fucks.
Oh no, this isn't like a kid's story, but just talking about feeling old. I've been doing trailer capture, like pretty much the longest gig I've had in a while. Like booked for weeks ahead. And good money too, so I'm like, I'm sorted. I'm still trying to get the Hooligans video out, so I'm burning.
I was going to say, you've done more work this week than I actually have in my job.
Last week, I did like, I was working in an office until like 6, got home at 6:37, and like worked on the video until beyond 12 at night. Went to sleep, got up next morning, back in the office.
Yeah.
And then on Saturday, I did the film jam, but I'm working with a guy called Mike, and he's a really nice guy. And like we're shooting the shit about Sonic and all of that. and because he's really looking forward to Frontiers, and I was just like, I'm just not going to let my cynicism, you know, I'm not going to be a shit.
Sure.
Yeah, but I was talking to him, we got to talking about stocks for some reason, and I just mentioned my Napster stocks, and he said, "What's Napster?"
Yeah.
And I thought he was like mid-20s, he was 18. It's like, oh, fucking hell.
and then you turned into dust immediately.
Yeah. I'm not one of those, oh, I'm so old fuckers, because, you know, I'm only 29. You know, I'll probably die in the next 5 years, but that's nothing to do with age. I'm not sure where that joke's going, that was just dark.
It'll be because you'll say the wrong thing on one of these streams.
It's because a Donkey fan is going to hit me with a car while yelling spaghetti and meatballs.
Pizza, pasta, pepperoni. They're gonna run you over in the car.
You'll say, "I'm gonna knock you down," because that's the thing, right?
Oh, look at me! I'm in the car. I'm crazy.
Sonic reference. I gotta go back. Look at this enemy. That's
Oh.
fucking Hilltop Zone shit. Let's go. And that was one of the first enemies made for the game, actually.
Oh.
Yeah. You see, the problem with trivia like that is, I've got trivia, but it just gets there's no useful bite to that beyond, that was one of the first enemies.
I don't know. I don't know. I like trivia. I just told you a bunch of black trivia.
Yeah, but this black trivia that's interesting kind of leads into, you know, wider topics. That was just, this is one of the first enemies made. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What am I going to do with this?
I mean, you can put that in the video and be like, "Did you know?"
Did you know? And then the viewers would be like, "I didn't know." Thanks.
I didn't.
So hit.
That's you know, when I watched Did You Know Gaming, I like talked to my video and I'm like, I knew that or I did know that.
Oh yeah, this is one of my favorite gimmicks. Power fluid gives you a double jump, and you
nice.
go fucking mental with it.
See, for some reason I assumed it was like you're getting covered in oil, so if you get like lit on fire, you just die.
It's a weird visual signifier, isn't it?
Yeah, and it also kind of looks a bit like anal bees, which isn't very.
I mean, they'll make you jump. Especially if it's a surprise.
Jump for joy. For some reason I thought you were going to say, especially if you're the Sopranos, and I was like, wait, what?
Tony Soprano.
Yeah, you remember that?
Beads.
Yo, T.
Yeah, that's the final scene of Sopranos when it cuts to black. It's just someone ripping them out, right?
Well, when we want to Don't Stop Believing.
Yeah.
Hold on to that feeling.
In what's up there.
Oh, no.
This is a fun stage as well, and I like the music to it.
Yeah, it's cool.
It's got a very Sonic Adventure 2.
Again, this feels like, you know, like a Sonic fan game of like, oh, you have to have like a skateboarding level, but this is done like in a really fun way. This isn't like... I don't know, it's the 3D ones where they can't quite get Sonic. I don't know what it is. Even the fan games can't quite get him right in 3D. They're either like demo levels where it's like, you know, run around on loops.
No, the 3D ones it has just been tech demos until recently, and then, well, we played one of them, sections like this, and it was mired in controversy and not very good.
I mean, the main controversy was the fact that I didn't know who Chris Thorndike was. I thought for some reason he was one of the people who was running for the, he was running against Liz Truss.
Vote Thorndike.
Yeah.
Fucking hell,
I'm a friend.
This is some Sonic Rush shit.
I mean, you know, vote blue.
Oh.
Like Sonic.
Yeah, let's get that. But we're sticking with this, because this is more fun. We should keep an eye on that. Spark 2 and 3 are 3D. I really enjoyed 3, but 2 is kind of rough. I'm exactly with you. I'm really enjoying 3 a lot so far. It's one of the best 3D platforms I've played in a while. It's just scratching an itch. And what's funny is I got Spark 1 because I really wanted to play 2. So I thought, oh yeah, a fast-paced 3D platformer, sign me up. And then I wound up playing this first, and when I played 2, I was let down by it, but Spark 1 is a fucking jam.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah. I would happily recommend this to anyone, and I really should do.
Oh, when's the video happening?
Probably after Hooligans. Like, because I've recorded the first 2 games, and I'm recording through Spark 3. And I'm recording now. The problem with my Spark 1 footage is I pause on each level to separate them, and I was like, actually, it's kind of awkward pauses in footage. What if I want a bit more motion? But now it's just awkward pauses of me, like, talking, so... Yeah. It's fine. I've got,
right. I forgot you record your streams using for footage.
I don't always. It's just sometimes I do. And it's like, I'm not knocking you for that, because I didn't tell you beforehand. It's just like...
Oh no,
it was
I'm
convenient
not.
to get more footage.
Hey, I don't feel knocked. It's just more like the fact that I absolutely couldn't do this because my computer would fucking crawl to a hole.
Oh yeah. I've got the
It was funny though, because I was
computer.
thinking about 3D Sonic earlier in regards to like, because the main thing is that you push forward to like moving forward, and then like you use left and right to kind of turn him, which I always thought seemed a bit awkward. And then why not have it so left and right are like you strafe left and right? And then I realized that's how Sonic Robo Blast works, because it's just Doom.
Yeah,
like
well,
he doesn't turn left and right. He strafes left and right. So
I see what you mean, yeah. And that's kind of like, there are strafe buttons in Generations and Unleashed, but those games are, I don't know, they control unlike anything else, and that's a better or worse kind of thing. Spark 1 is amazing, that's a lot. Yeah, Dog's Crawl Bridge, we had the same experience of, yeah, go and get Spark 2. It's like, actually, no, the first one's the fucking belter. Like, Spark 2 feels very weightless and unsatisfying, and it has a problem figuring out how to make levels feel distinct. It's mostly just speed sprees. And the suit abilities take a real backseat, which actually is a problem in 3 as well, is the suits never feel this integral, and Jester powers, I keep calling them suits, but, you know. He hasn't quite pegged how to make that work in 3D, and I've used that word again, and it doesn't mean that doesn't
no, it means what you mean. Peg means, like, nailed down.
It doesn't mean jammed
like
up an
peg.
anus.
No, it doesn't
It
mean
can
getting...
mean that, but it doesn't in this
It
case.
if you would like to get pegged by your girlfriend, that's fine.
That's fine, but that's not what I'm talking about here.
That does happen in the film Deadpool, and I thought, you know what, that's okay. The rest of Deadpool, take it or leave it.
So it was just for... it's the oddest review of Deadpool. Pretty meh, except for the pegging bit.
Funnily enough, that is on the Blu-ray. With my review on the back.
Said by Hot Cider.
Yes,
2 out of 5 stars.
Yeah, 3.5.
Oh,
And again,
okay.
like with this, it feels like, you know, like these kind of like like the Donkey Kong Country cannons. It's just adding stuff to the levels that he likes.
Anyways, I think Spark 3, and I haven't finished it yet, but I'm like 5 areas in, and he's worked out how to do good stage gimmicks in 3D. Like each level feels a little bit distinct, a little bit different.
Nice.
Yeah, and that's, that helps. Helps with making a game interesting, is making each stage feel kind of distinctive. Also, the combat is just dog shit in 2.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not interesting. The problem is you play as a different character in it, and I'm not going to say who, but you can probably guess.
Is it Dante from Devil May Cry?
Yeah, it's Dante from the Devil May Cry series. It's weird he got the license on that. But he has a parry move, and the parry does not slow you down whatsoever. It doesn't inhibit any other move.
Weird.
So combat is just this horribly floaty mess of just constantly mashing parry and attack at the same time until you win. So there's nothing interesting about it, there's no weight to it, there's no friction, risk, or reward. So Spark 3 does the very obvious thing of, besides basing your damage multiplier on differentiating your combo, makes it so that when you parry, you fucking stop moving hard for like a moment. So you actually... No, it's good though, because it means the parry, you actually have to time it. There's an actual rhythm to it. And if you pull off the parry, you have like moments of invincibility frames to go on the offensive.
Okay.
It doesn't feel amazing, but it's... I don't know how to put it. It's very... I don't want this to sound like a backhanded one, because it's way better than 2, and it is enjoyable. Would it be unfair to say it's no Devil May Cry when no one could expect that level from, like, one guy?
Well, no, from an indie developer,
Yeah.
and also that's not, like, the main bread and butter of that game. It's still a platformer. But, I don't know. You want things to be good, I suppose. Oh my god, it's Emerald!
Oh no, I do like that, Super Tony the Tiger. That's a cool element of it, is that you can... Oh yeah, this is the robot who's just guarding this joint. I will back and say, yeah, no, that's cool that if you time it well, which isn't hard anyway, but you can just run through stage obstacles and keep your speed going. Which, that is an interesting compromise for it, which 3 does kind of lose by forcing you to stop. But it does mean you actually have to navigate obstacles, so it's a give and take. Swings and roundabouts.
I don't know why, but when you were talking about that, it reminded me of the fact that Jake was playing Azura's Wrath on the Sword stream, which I remember... That game is a crowd pleaser, but it is one of those games that it's like more fun to watch than actually play. Because I remember the combat in that game not being very good.
Well, I mean, it's all QTEs. It's like, It's the same thing I had with old David Cage kind of games. Is that
it's not all. Well, I mean, it's all QTEs for the most part, but then whenever you do have to fight sometimes in that game, and it's just like not very fun version of like Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm or whatever it's called. You know, those 3D fighter games that I can't remember what the name of the company is called, but that's all the games they made. They do like Ultimate Ninja Storm. I think they did Jump Force as well.
Oh right. I mean, I can imagine they kind of pump out those anime fighters.
Oh Christ, yeah, they figured out like a winning formula and God.
I think there are a few good parry systems. Like I know it got a lot of land
Connect
controls. Metal Gear Rising. That's got a fun parry system, and like if you get the timings just right, you can do a counter offensive and go right into blade mode, and that's really fun. I mean, Royal Guard is fucking sick. Like, I tried to get good at Royal Guard in the Devil May Cry games, and you need real good timing on that better than what I can mostly do. Oh, hello. Hello, MDC Chris. I will let down many of your viewers. Hello.
I think in regards to recent events, I think it's in bad taste to play Royal Guard in Devil May Cry. Oh, is it in good taste? I don't know.
Parry death.
Well, I thought you were going to say the Queen wasn't very good at Devil May Cry, which is probably true.
The Queen was a scrub.
Yeah, the Queen fucking sucked at Devil May Cry.
I mean, she was waiting for the Capcom thing. No Devil May Cry 6. I'm out. I'm not waiting.
Just the Queen has, like, exactly the same taste as, fucking, like, the gaming... I guess she was the original gaming Brit. There we go.
Brit, yeah. Well, even though she's German, like, you know.
No, that's true. But yeah, her Christmas address, that was the original Gaming Brit show. Oh. That's now I'm laughing
Queen
about
couldn't
now.
parry death. Howdy, play any Yeek lately? No. Sorry. I've said it. I know I'm going to keep answering it because there'll always be people coming in wondering. I am not interested in doing more Yeek at the moment. And I apologise if that's disappointing. It's just, I'm not feeling it, you know? I'd rather go on to different things.
You did the vid. That was enough.
Yeah. Snake, when is the Spark free stream? I should keep streaming this and go through 2 and then do 3. I want to beat 3 by myself first. But I'm really loving 3. How dare you not want to play this shit game? How dare I? No, but it's, you know, it's my MO. It's my bread and butter is shit games. I can get people coming along like... I don't want to become one of those people who gets annoyed by requests, because I always try and understand it's coming from a place of, I want to hear your thoughts on this. It might just be from a selfish one of like, hey, entertain me, but you go down that route of thinking that way of where people are coming from, and it doesn't end well, I don't think.
I'd never push you to play a game for my pure enjoyment. In fact, I'm going to do the opposite and make you play a game which I wouldn't get any enjoyment whatsoever. When you play in,
see, that's a good angle. That's a new angle. That's original.
That's a fun angle. God, I'm just trying to think of a game I don't particularly.
Yeah, no, that's tricky. You got to think of a game you have no emotional investment.
No, because I had a look on Game Pass and I almost said Danganronpa V3, but I think V3 is okay. So
yeah, no, I like that one as well, but
yeah,
I don't want to replay it because it's like 30, 40 hours long, and I've had my fill.
And then I was like, what's the game I don't like? And I was going to say Bioshock Infinite, but it's like, what the fuck are you saying?
I think I had a moment earlier on because we were kind of talking about it in regards to the podcast. And I did really just kind of a moment of, the period where I think I'll ever play Danganronpa in my life has passed. And it's not the game's fault, it's just, you know, that's out the window now.
Yeah.
Oh, I did a fucking sick dodge on that.
I did think it was funny though, but...
I don't really... I'd hate that. I didn't read the end, and I was kind of keyed off the joke for a moment, but now I respect it.
What's that?
3-hour video on the Civ games, please. I'd hate that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, when you're doing fucking God, like SimCity. No, when you're doing City Skylines, there we go.
Oh, that would be so boring. I have nothing to say. I would have so little to add.
You would just like be like, don't watch this video. Watch like what's the guy Do Not Eat One or whatever it is, where he does he's like making Boston like year by year in City Skylines.
Also, listen to the music in this stage.
The music in this game is pretty good.
It's amazing, but I like to think, was the sad music picked on this stage because the somewhat friendly robot following his orders was killed by the bad robot. I don't think
Maybe.
it's probably not that, because I don't think they were expecting you to get that invested in the death.
I like how they're doing the old-fashioned Sega Genesis thing in the background of like trying to make it a wavy line using like V-Sync interruptions.
It's really nice.
Yeah, it's got a lot of nice attention to detail.
I'm gonna fucking. The more I'm playing, more this streams, more I gotta make a Spark video. I've gotta shill it. I've gotta push Spark.
You gotta, you know,
Someone
it's like Steven Soderbergh once said. You do one for them and then one for you. So the one for you is Spark, and then the one for them is
Yeek.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
That
City Skyline. Oh, you might want to link that actually, because Limo.
Yeah, no, I will. It's a really cool video. The guy's like, I don't know if he's like an anthropology major or whatever, but he's basically talking about like how our cities develop from like kind of human needs and like kind of innovations and compromises and stuff. Yeah, God, do not eat one.
Like, I've been meaning to actually, because I'm now in the note-taking process of Hooligans, I might listen to that, because I'm now in the thing of, I need something long to listen to in the background, and I've exhausted everything.
He made a really good... Yeah, that was why... The whole reason I found him was that he made a really good video about fucking Elon Musk's Hyperloop, and just, like... It wasn't just, like, an easy, you know, don't. It was, like, he actually went into, like, why this...
Oh,
why
yeah,
this
I watched that. I remember now.
Yeah.
He's a civil engineer, isn't he?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. So he's actually got a perspective on it that's, well, useful.
Yeah.
Also, this stage has some really cool gimmicks. Like, we've seen the green lines, which kind of make you a bit floatier, which you combine that with this suit, with this Jester power, and you can actually just get some pretty good air.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm still racking my brain for a game that you would probably play that I don't like.
It's tricky. Well, I think we do have pretty distinct taste in games. But
Oh,
it's
yeah!
tricky to find an interesting... What is the interesting line where one, like... Because you're not big on Devil May Cry, per se.
No, but then, like, what would...
It's not
if
like
you
a
did
hatred of it. It's not like a...
No, not particularly. It's just more like I was never into them when they came out, and it's just not really my style of games. But then I like Bayonetta, which is, you know, the same developers, and, you know...
Yeah. It's a bit simpler, but it's still really, really fun, and, like, you can kind of pick up and go with it and feel really stylish.
Like, the only thing, like you know, I wrote the piss out of Devil May Cry. I think Dante's embarrassing, but then the game's kind of in on that joke anyways.
Yeah, I do genuinely find it amusing how much DMC-free Dante makes you cringe. Because I can't entirely blame you for that, because you're not much of like an anime guy anyway, but I still find it just amusing that that's your reaction. It's like, oh no.
But then it's funny, because I watch, like, fucking Battle Tendency, and that's exactly what fucking, Jonathan Joestar's like, but he's also a fucking moron. But then also apparently Dante is as well, so it's like, you can't win.
He plays it up, and he has, I don't know, he has moronic elements. I'm not so much anymore into because there's an annoying kind of fandom joke, which... Yeah, we're going back to comedy snobbery. Is like, oh, Dante doesn't know what sex
Wahoo
is.
Pizza Go.
Yeah, and it's like, it's more that it's an okay joke once, but they've been playing it for 4 years at this point.
Yeah. God, I don't know. I'm just trying to. I mean, I can't even say the Yakuza games because I haven't really given them much of a chance, and that's like your thing. You're already covering them, so I can't even say that. Fuck, I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to think of like this. It's easy when it's like a game you know I'll love, or a game. Well, that's trickier, but you know. But for one that will just be so middling and emotionally uninvolving to both of us, like, oh, Snake, play NASCAR Rally. That's not even interesting.
I mean, you know, you might give us an interesting like history of NASCAR. That'd be good.
That'd be unlikely, but you know.
No, I always think in stuff like that where it's like you just find whatever's interesting about the topic. You could always go into kind of like the, you know, the political aspect of it and stuff like who does NASCAR like appeal to, what does it mean, and that kind of stuff. But
well, maybe. Imagine just like the weirdness of a fucking British person just coming out as like, yeah, I'm going to talk about NASCAR.
So NASCAR as a sport kind of finds its origin in the bootleggers of the 1910s. Which I think is actually, I think that is actually true.
So fun thing about this area, this level, if you have the fire suit, this whole timed element where you get a temporary fire shield, Doesn't matter, because you can just stay in for as long as you want.
Very cool.
Yep, that Jester power shit goes the whole hog. There's one section, it has that added bonus.
I think I figured out.
Oh. There we go.
I think I figured out a game that I'm not a massive fan of, which might be an interesting Snake video.
Okay.
Metroid Other M.
Oh, that may be, but I'm not.
And the thing is that no, and that's the thing, and I don't like massively hate it either. I just think it's a bit of a misfire.
Yeah.
But I don't know, just the. I mean, maybe it's because there's a Retsu Prey video about it, and when I kind of think
they did a whole
like
series on it.
Yeah.
Went through the whole thing.
So I can just kind of imagine you doing like the chapter by chapter thing, while also talking about like the gameplay side of it, and
You want to know some very boring trivia, actually?
Go ahead.
Extremely boring to Snake or Lore. The first playlist I ever made on YouTube was for that Metroid Other M watch
Interesting.
because they didn't have it playlisted at the time, and I was annoyed, so I made my own. I don't know if that's still visible nowadays, but it's just like wanted to watch because I really liked Retsu Prey. Oh. There we go. That's boring to Snake or Lore.
Ninja Theory is misunderstood, but then I don't know wasn't there a Ninja Theory thing the other day? I can't remember.
I know Pixel a Day has, I think, done something on the Ninja Theories.
Oh yeah, she covered. She did DMC because she asked me and Daniel for like info, and we were very much like on the opposite ends of the spectrum.
Yeah. It's funny. She makes good videos. I really like.
Yeah.
Her. And
Is it?
Yeah. And the Ninja Theory video is very good.
She's in the Eye Patch World video as well.
Oh really?
Yeah, she's in the the one about the influences and stuff like that.
I even referenced that in the video, and I forgot that.
Yeah. She's blowing up, folks.
Yeah. I did appreciate she did the Nor Automata video, which was I'm not feeling this game, and I was like, yeah, there's someone else out there.
See, that's also a game that I don't get the hype on it, but I couldn't imagine
I do get the hype on it. It just didn't do much for me.
No.
It's like, the transhumanistic robot, well, not transhumanistic, questions of humanity and robots with big asses. What's not to love?
The only good thing to come out of that game was that tweet where it's like the fake conversation between Yoko Taro and David Cage, where it's like, in Detroit, I asked, can a robot be a human? And Yoko Taro's like, in my game, I asked, can a human be a human? David Cage is like, what?
Oh god, as actually the second Ardnut Gamer video I tried to make and failed was a comparison between, and I can't even remember. I had one joke and I can't even remember what it was. It's on my old computer on a dead hard drive. That was what I was trying to also make when I first thought I could do an Ardnut video, an Ardnut Gamer video off the cuff, which no.
No, it didn't quite happen.
I did one Ardnut Gamer video off the cuff, and that was the Max Payne one. And after that, I was like, can't do that. They got too complicated.
So usually, I hate doing when you're hanging out with friends and you have a bit, and then you try and recreate the bit or say what
the comedian thing of testing out comedy on your mates.
Well, no, not so much that, but something that was funny in context, and then when you try and repeat the joke to somebody else, it's not actually that funny.
Yeah.
But when we went to when I went to Shrek Fest with the Essay Boys, we were talking about David Jaffe because I don't know how he came up. Oh, it's because somebody confused him with Kevin Smith, and so we were joking about that for a little bit. And then, do you know that they're making a Twisted Metal TV series?
I did not.
Okay, well, here's the thing. I mentioned that they were making a Twisted Metal TV series, and then I started losing my mind fucking laughing when I remembered that one of the actors from the Marvel films, Anthony Mackie, he's in it, and he's been doing the interview tour of these characters are really interesting, they're damaged, they got all this, and he's playing fucking Axel. And do you remember who Axel is?
Is he the one who's in the big wheels?
Yeah, he's the black guy between the two big wheels. And when I remembered Axel, I just started lost my fucking mind. And they were like, "What are you laughing about?" And I show him a picture of Axel, and it was just if Chariot is still here, he can back me up. But yeah, just a fucking picture of Axel, just fucking I lost my mind. But just thinking of Anthony Mackie going, yeah, he's such an interesting character to dig into. He's got so many dimensions. Where in the game, he's just a black guy between two big wheels who just screams as you drive around. And it is just so indicative of like David Jaffe as a character, as like a. He just has 90s brain. Like, what would be the coolest fucking thing? What if we had like an evil clown who drove an ice cream truck?
Like, black guy in two big wheels is a pretty fucking sick character design. Not to hand it to David Schaff, the fucking moron, but
no, that's what I mean. But you have to be like, you have to have when on the Super Best Friends cast, when fucking Matt used to fucking geek out about like Image comics from the 90s.
Yeah,
you have to be in like that mindset to think that Axel is cool.
Oh man, I think he may just be cool.
So you're looking forward to the TV series?
Oh,
where they're
no,
really gonna
watch it, but you know.
Well, and that was the thing. We dug up his fucking. We went on the wiki, the fucking Twisted Metal wiki, where we learnt his backstory, and the fucking line of his wife was killed one day when he wasn't even looking.
I do like the implication of that happened nearby, at least.
Yeah, no, that's what it sounded. Oh yeah, I'm going to find the actual wording because it was so fucking good.
I'm now remembering a stream bit that I don't think we can do without Skeleton present because it's his idea.
What was the bit?
It's to do with boxing and monkeys.
Whoa, what about monkey boxing?
Donkey Kong violation. Oh my god.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We'll have to wait for Skeleton to come back.
Yeah, we need Skeleton before we are allowed to
it was your bit, but he had good reactions to it.
This
okay,
game
so
goes hard, god damn, it fucking does.
When Axel was a boy, his father strapped two giant wheels to his son's arms and legs. For 20 years, Axel has lived a tormented life filled with daily retread and challenging trips to the bathroom. He's back to win Twisted Metal, become one with the machine forever. The fucking picture of him is just him with like the most vascular neck, just screaming at the fucking
Well, of course he's complex. You need a lot of mechanics to get two big wheels on you.
Okay, here's his backstory from Twisted Metal Black. Axel's wife was murdered when he wasn't even looking. One moment he was the happiest man in the world, only to have his optimism brutally stabbed, strangled, and stomped under the feet of a great evil.
Fucking hell.
Crippled by depression going nowhere, Axel can only hope to win this mysterious contest. But what will he have the courage to face his wife's killer?
I mean, it's great classic literature. It's like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Yeah, he's a Byron-esque figure. He's very tortured, and he is also between two big wheels.
I mean, the wheels represent life. It's kind of very Buddhist.
His disorder is he's obsessed with revenge fantasies, violent.
Unlike the other characters in Twisted Metal who are very pacifistic.
Yeah, funnily enough.
He has the great power of violence.
That was it. Somebody on the Funko Pop Reddit made a friend to feel like they need to make this. Somebody made an Axel from fucking Twisted Metal Funko Pop. It's so good.
I love Chariot Riders with you on that one. Loving the fake Axel.
Chariot was there. He saw me and Lamb lose our minds before we even explained what we were laughing at.
Sorry, I didn't see that. I really should actually look at chat more often. Fast-paced game. But yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Sweet Tooth is, I believe it's a stuntman who's playing him physically, but the voice actor, or the guy who's doing his voice, I think is like... I want to say it's the guy who does Rocket Raccoon, who also directed A Star Is Born. Let me double check. Twisted Metal TV show.
Ooh.
Oh no, it's Will Arnett, the guy who plays Lego Batman, is doing the voice for Sweet Tooth, which he's got a fitting voice for that. That works.
It does.
But yeah, oh no, Anthony Mackie is John Doe. Nah, he'll be Axel. He'll be playing Axel in this. He'll have to. God. Oh, Samoa Joe is the body of Sweet Tooth. Interesting. Oh yeah, Samoa Joe's a wrestler. Yeah, I think he is.
I'm finding that very interesting. That enemy is probably the trickiest to deal with my setup at the moment. Yeah, I don't have I do have an upper attack, but it's angled, so neither of these suits are quite equipped to kill an enemy directly above me.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a crossbow in the Deus Ex Human Revolution.
There is?
Yeah.
Is that the I don't remember. Is that the stun dart one?
No, but it does. I don't even think it does stun damage. I think it is just a silent weapon. I think they added it because, you know, fucking
Storytelling.
Square Enix, Tomb Raider, you know, Tomb Raider had a crossbow for a bit.
Yeah, I mean, crossbows were popular a bit ago.
They really were. Fucking, what's it called? Brought them back.
What is the next weapon that's going to get, like, popular for a bit? Because we had the Age of the Bone, we've had the crossbow.
Polearm.
Polearm, you think polearms? I mean, it's kind of, it's, you know, it's the weapon of the peasant. They can't make, I don't know if they can make that cool, even though it is cool as hell.
I don't know if, they could sex up the polearm, I reckon.
They could sex up the polearm.
They could sex up the pole. Hashtag
sex up that polearm.
Sex up the polearm. I was gonna say that was just like a big gun.
Just a big gun.
Just a big gun. Just like a revolver, but it's like twice the size. You have to use your whole hand to like pull the trigger back.
Crossbow is so 2000. This level is long. Oh yeah, the levels do go on a bit.
Yeah, some levels do outstay the welcome a little bit.
I mean, this game, I think, it's really good. First time I played through it, I did keep thinking, when is this going to end? It's actually better on a replay where you, like, kind of... Well, also you can stop playing and pick up, but... Yeah, it's like a 4 or 5 hour game. It's a bit long. Polearm Dancer. Oh yeah, no, this is the thing about this stage that does keep getting me is... These turrets are actually friendly.
Oh, interesting.
Like, it's something you don't think about, but in this stage, like... This train is repelling the robots.
Hello, no lesbians.
Hello. No lesbians? This game actually gets better replays, yeah. Because besides just anything else, it is genuinely quite tricky on a first playthrough. It's one way it does feel quite satisfying to know a boss's patterns and play against them. I also much prefer playing as Fark, but didn't want to just start on Fark 1.
No, we have to learn the story of Spa before we get to Fark.
I mean, I've got that one down pat.
That'd be like playing The Last of Us 2 and starting as Abby instead of Ellie.
I think that, and also genuinely, if we do get to Fark and we do that on a future stream, I think you'll be very interested by the directions it kind of takes.
Okay.
Yeah. Goes in odd ones.
Fucking...
I do actually like the storytelling of this series a lot, though I'm not sure how tongue-in-cheek it all is. It feels... There's a craft to it, but, you know, I'm not entirely certain on how much of it is tongue-in-cheek versus... What wavelength is it operating at, you know?
Yeah.
Because I think it's working on some kind of jokey level that it may be a lot more straight-faced than I'm imagining it is.
Yeah.
Oh, that's,
Hunger Games, that was what I was trying to think of. That was the film that made the bow popular.
Yeah.
And then Arrow as a TV series.
I've not yet. I'm 6 areas in.
Well, you gotta say the bow because we've been talking about it.
Yeah, now we have it. I mean, I've been using it a bit because I find it a very easy one to use. Are those people?
That's some good grammar.
Yeah. I do want to point out as well that Lake Feppard is Brazilian.
Oh, okay, that isn't intentional. Fair enough.
The games are kind of rife with spelling errors, and I mean, you saw Wishes mode on the main menu.
That's true.
Which he had the option of patching out, but decided not to.
I do love how fast they mouse move them when they chat. Yeah.
Don't be a moron. Just try me. I'll be a moron. Can he double jump? Oh, can I double jump? Well, some suits can double jump. Ooh. Yeah, I gotta finish it. I did see someone earlier on saying I wonder what your thought will be on the ending, and that may have been you, and I will say I was slightly spoiled on the ending of Spark 3. Not the total context of it, but yeah, I'm interested to see how it gets where what I've been told. What I've saw, I wasn't told. People weren't intentionally ruining it for me.
Oh, Eli Vance.
It goes in weird directions. I'll just say that, James.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, so does Immortality. So you know.
So does Danganronpa 3.
So does Danganronpa V3. Oh my god, it's a dragon.
Big level transition. Oh,
and he blew the roof off. Pretty good.
Oh, I'm just being a bit greedy there. You do actually have quite a lot of health, so you can kind of get away with just deciding, I'm going to tank damage to get a few shots off. The gimmick of this suit is when you use your big power ability, it just removes the ammo limit. So you can just fucking mash like a madman.
Somebody in chat said, are you looking forward to the new game that the Danganronpa people are doing?
God, sorry, I totally blanked me. What are they doing?
So they showed it off at the Sony conference. It seems to be like an open. Well, it looks like it looks like Yokai Watch. It's like set in an open world, and you play as like a detective who has a yokai who like helps you solve stuff, and then they do the the FPS court stuff, but it's like sword battles instead.
That's nifty. I'll have to check it out. I gave that conference a miss, so this is actually the first time hearing they're doing a new game. So that's interesting, at least.
Skeleton seemed to know what it was,
yeah,
like before they even showed it off. So they must have been talking about this for ages. But yeah, it looks okay. It looked like Danganronpa with like a proper like sort of like Persona style open world kind of applied to it. So
I probably should have kept watching the conferences because I've given them all a miss lately. But a game I did work on a trailer for is apparently shown off there. So
all right,
yeah,
what was it?
I can't say. I'm still under
NDA
on that. Because I'm doing another trailer for it.
I see. It wasn't Liza P, though.
No, it wasn't Liza P.
Damn it. So you don't actually know what the Liza P... You don't know what
I can't tell you what the Liza P are.
Dang it. Swap the sword for the wind, Jester.
Alright. We've got the overpowered suit again.
Didn't the Danganronpa people announce a game at the Nintendo... It might have been at the Nintendo... I can't remember if it was at the Switch conference or at the PS5 conference. Yeah, the only thing I fucking remember...
I don't really watch the Nintendo Direct.
I was gonna say, the fucking Nintendo Direct conference became a meme in regards to, like, they showed off a ton of farm life sim games, but more than that, nearly every single game that they showed was a cel-shaded weeb, like, anime game.
So it was your least favourite conference of all time.
In fact, it was full of games that if you covered it, I would hate them, but you might get something out of them.
That's interesting. I mean, there's probably Legend of Zelda there, right?
They showed Breath of the Wild. They showed another trailer for Breath of the Wild 2, and they revealed what the revealed the name, which
on the day. Yeah, no.
Yeah, which is why they couldn't live stream it because it was called like
Tears of the Kingdom.
Well, they don't know if it's Tears of the Kingdom or Tears of the Kingdom, but I think that's the trick, is that it could be both.
I choose to believe it has to be Tears of the Kingdom, and that's why they didn't show it in the UK a day after the Queen died, which...
Yeah.
Come on, lads, that's not actually Crisis, that's Opportunity.
It's not even Crisis 2. They showed off, like, a minute of Pikmin 4. It looks fucking... It doesn't look like a game, it just looks like demo footage. That's not coming out for a while, and... God, what was the other thing? They showed off Pikmin 4, and they showed off Breath of the Wild 2, and there was another Nintendo... Oh, Bayonetta 3, they said, hey, after the show, we're going to have, like, an actual gameplay demo. And according to people who, like, watched it, it looks really rough.
Oh, no.
Yeah. And that game's coming out, like...
What's going on? Also, I really like the background art in this stage.
Oh, yeah, it's really nice.
Gorgeous.
And I like the wind theme that it has. But what's the flag about?
I don't know. I think this is the flag of whatever nation we're in. I can't remember that from the art book, which probably goes into the history of this nation. I do have some history of this, which is this is post-apocalyptic Earth.
Okay.
Apparently. humans are long dead, and this is a race. The race that Spark is are called Formies.
Do you know what other world is a post-apocalyptic Earth, which I literally only discovered this week when somebody told me about it? Fucking Splatoon.
Oh, yeah, I think I heard that.
Because I knew it was a meme in like the first one that they had like some pictures of like ancient squids and like obviously there's cats, but like 3 has pretty much like canonized it, and I don't know how I feel about it.
Oh damn! I can't time that dodge.
The final boss is interesting though. But I don't want to. I don't know. I want to play the single player, but I don't want to buy a whole fucking 40 quid Nintendo game just for a single player campaign.
They look like queer pride flags, but for a model of gender exclusive to the Spark universe. I'm not quite sure I'm following on that logic. It just looks like a tricolour with a symbol.
Gay for ANCAPs.
Yeah, it's for the Formie ANCAPs.
Yeah, for the Formie ANCAPs.
I can't believe Spark is violating the NAP right now, non-stop.
To be honest, I'm also violating an NAP, as in I could be having a sleep.
Oh yeah, that's true.
See, the joke is that NAP spells
I did it! Did a dodge through, there we go. See, that's the power of that dash, is you can get some little slick speed-ups on that.
The ANCAP thing that you posted earlier in the week was funny, where it was just like, are you a doctor? Yeah, I'm a doctor of like ANCAP sciences. He's dying. No, that would be against his...
That's impossible. That would violate his self-interest.
Yeah, that'd be against his self-interest.
Oh, why are ANCAPs just so funny to take the piss out?
I don't know, it is like the stupidest ideology.
Up I go.
They did announce Octopath Traveler 2, but the funny thing is that Green Man Gaming like fucking leaked it hours before the thing, which not only leaked that it was coming out, but also the fact that the Octopath Traveler's come to the PC now. So
I really should catch up on game trailers, because really the only thing I can think of that like, oh, I want it, I'm looking forward to it, is Bone Labs, which there's me and 12 other people.
I'm looking forward to the Resident Evil 8 DLC and Resident Evil 4 remake.
Oh. I guess I'm looking, obviously, and Yakuza.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel. I'm looking forward to it, but I don't think you feel it's worth saying, because, you know, it's more Yakuza.
You know what game I'm weirdly looking forward to?
Yeah.
Assassin's Creed Mirage, and only because apparently it's meant to be a throwback to like Assassin's Creed 1 and 2 gameplay-wise.
I mean, I don't know if that kind of excites me at all.
I don't know. I liked Assassin's Creed 2, and then my issue with all the other ones was that they just got too big and bloated. So if they can make a nice, tight Assassin's Creed 2 style game, You'll be sorted. You'll be mint. I'll be happy as Guru Larry.
Oh yeah, different music for this one. Oh, and for some reason this happened before as well. One of the enemies can just follow you into the boss on this one.
Yeah, like a Dragon 8.
Yeah, they've announced,
Yakuza 8.
Sega has confirmed that Yakuza is dead, and I actually I kind of predicted they would do that, because like, well, I was about to spoil things then, but there's reasons, there's story reasons why it's
there's a good plot reason in 7 why they do it.
Why they can't just be called Yakuza, and honestly maybe that's what kind of freed them in a way mentally to like, oh no, it wasn't that, it was the success of that Japanese free roaming game made by Americans, made by Sucker Punch. Which I can't remember the name of. The fucking
Ghost of Tsushima,
yeah. Ghost of Tsushima. They saw Ghost of Tsushima and they were like, oh, we could send Ishin over, they'd be okay.
Oh wait, is that right?
That's apparently part of the course of what happened, is they saw people in the West would buy Ghost of Tsushima and like, oh, we could have sent Ishin over.
Man, these dummies love fucking Kurosawa mode in this game. Let's port it over.
This is a bit of an insult to Way of the Samurai, which was a fucking belter, but hey.
That, you didn't see it. Ninja Theory's announced a new game, which is like Ghost of Tsushima, but with a little bit of Neo in it, which looks quite good.
Nifty.
Yeah.
I do like a bit of Neo too.
Way of the Ronin, it's called, or something of the Ronin. Looks pretty neat, though.
I don't look forward to any game, which is why I enjoyed... there's a way to go about it healthily, I think. I think just going like, oh, I'm not looking forward to anything, therefore I won't be disappointed. I think it's nice to have excitement for things, but don't just be a consumer about it.
And I think as well, like when I did the Christmas video last year, like Jacob Geller made a really good point, which was like the majority of stuff that he ends up gelling most within a year is usually the stuff that he didn't even know was coming out.
Yeah, I mostly don't keep abreast with news, so I'm kind of surprised by things anyway. Things tend to sneak up on me, but I used to be a lot more like, oh yeah, don't look forward to stuff, but now I'm just like, you know, it's nice to have things to look forward to. Just don't be, you know, an idiot. And you'll be fine.
I want to say though, since I've done my
honestly, like I've gone beyond the point as well of like disappointment stinging that much anyway.
Oh god, yeah. Like I think the only game that's like genuinely disappointed me was like BioShock Infinite, but that was just because like
it was dog shit.
Yeah, it was dog shit, and it should have been better than it was.
Yeah.
God, what was it about? Oh, fucking well, I guess it didn't really disappoint me that much because I did it for the podcast, and like, I mean, I wasn't really sure what I was expecting. But Quake 4, for a game that has like the fucking Quake name to it, that game is like genuinely dog shit, like surprisingly so.
Oh, launch title, yeah, it's a perennial 6.
Well, God, yeah, like the most interesting, well, I say interesting, like the only appeal to fucking Quake 4 is that it came with a HD remake of Quake 2 for the Xbox 360 that runs at 60 FPS.
This boss is a bit... This boss is kind of trivialized by this ability.
Yeah.
I thought Infinite...
No, the combat in Infinite was good, but they didn't do enough with it. That was like always my... Like, they had the whole...
I think everyone just kind of felt a bit too kind of spongy for me, and the weapons were unsatisfying.
Yeah,
I was kind of on this is a weird one, and I will admit this is a me thing. Is I really like the broom handle Mauser, and it feeling like fucking dog shit kind of had me off on the wrong foot immediately.
Yeah.
That's the handgun you get. It might be
the weirdest thing that I would say about that game is that it would have like benefited from having like a really decent multiplayer mode, because they made kind of okay arenas in the game, and they have the whole Skyrail system, which is just kind of like, it's a really nice way to like get between different arenas, and like, oh, I'm getting my ass fucking handed to me, I can just dip out of the battle and get my health back, or oh, I can just go where the action is. And they barely capitalize on it in the main, because like they have to, oh, it's a BioShock game, so it has to be all about the plot, and the plot is fucking shit.
Also, I really like the music in this stage. Just throwing that one out there, because this is a fucking belter, this one.
Music in all the stages so far.
Yeah, no, good. It's really hard to say there isn't really a bad one. They've all got different vibes, but I really like Rainal Complex. I'm going the wrong way. And this stage has a gimmick, which is a gimmick I usually don't like, which is pipes.
Huh. Oh, you know, I brought up a list that I never poked at, but I'll say it now because you were talking about Postal earlier.
Yeah.
And when we were doing Jedi Academy, somebody pointed out to me that like 2003 was the perfect, like it was a year when nothing but like bullet time episode games came out on. So here we go. Here comes the. So Nosferatu: Wrath of Malachi, which Chariot's been telling me about this game for weeks, and I wasn't initially sure on it until like I got to know, and it's like a prototype roguelike game, but it's an FPS where you go into a Dracula's castle to save your family, and the castle is randomly generated every time you go in. And like it's an FPS game, but it's also like a it was a bit like Dead Rising, because you have to get your family members back. Like you have to like bring them through the castle. Yeah, no, that's what I mean. It sounded like really interesting. The fact that it was like it takes influence from the fucking original German Nosferatu as well was like really. It just sounded very neat. So that's on the list. Resident Evil Dead Aim, which is like weird prototype RE4, where sometimes it's a third-person action game, and then when you want to shoot people, it turns into an FPS. Mace Griffin Bounty Hunter, which I think I mentioned before.
Yeah, and it's funny, like, I think you mentioned it to me a day after I had happened to pick it up on a CEX in one of my hunts for weird games.
And, like, the only two interesting points about it, well, at least that I've dug out so far, is that, one, the main character is played by fucking Henry Rollins, who's the guy who's on Hamish's soundboard who keeps saying, I hate England. And the other thing is that the fucking UI is like stolen wholesale from fucking Halo Combat
Evolved. No, not just that, like one of the areas you sent me, the ship design as well, like, I think you sent me it and for a second my brain was like, that's Halo.
that's the Pillar of Autumn, and it's like, no, that's Mace Griffin Bounty Hunter.
Fuck off. That's just fucking Halo.
Judge Dredd, Dredd vs. Death, which we talked a little bit about that with Tujo. That's a cool game. Planet Side, the big FPS MMO game that's only online. Yeah.
Yep. Didn't play it much. It was very confusing for kid me.
Tron 2.0 by Monolith, that will probably come up on the podcast. 13 by Ubisoft Montpellier, the cel-shaded FPS game that they did based on the Belgian comic. That'll come up at some point.
That's a big cult classic, that one.
Star Trek Elite Forces 2, the sequel to Star Trek Elite Forces, which we're doing on the Raven miniseries at the moment, which is shit. And I don't believe this is much better, but it's done by Ritual Entertainment, who are the guys I told you about the other day, who are like... They were the ones who did Sin, and like they were going to do Sin episodes, which people were like, wow, this is going to be like Half-Life 2 episodes, it's going to be so dope, and then never happens.
And yeah, people are talking now about the 13 remake, which is apparently shit.
Oh yeah, the PC remake of 13 is fucking bad. To the point that you can just buy 13 Classic. It looks absolutely fine. It's dead cheap.
Just don't buy the shit one.
And then
defeating remake, but just don't buy the shit one.
And then another FPS of 2003, which you have a fondness for. I've never played, and I don't know if I could, but maybe I would for the podcast. Postal 2.
Yeah, I don't know if that'd be your vibe. I really like it. I've got a lot of nostalgia for it. I could replay that game in a heartbeat, and I'd be like quite happy to. But
I think it'd be a decent. I think it'd be a good.
I think you need to pick the right guest for it.
Yeah, we wouldn't do all the postals. I think Postal 2's like that's the biggie.
That is the biggie. That's like it's franchise favoritism, but yeah, that is the one that I don't want to say capture the popular imagination, but it is the one that people keep in mind.
It's like the Deus Ex of Edgelord games. Whenever anybody mentions it, somebody has to install it. Put that on the box.
That would be, I think, quite a compliment, to be honest.
Well, there we go.
And Postal 2 is an immersive sim of a kind.
It is an immersive sim, right? But also, it has got that thing of like whenever you mention Postal 2, somebody just reinstalls it and plays it again.
Yeah, exactly.
It has its fans. People really do like Postal 2.
Oh no, it's had a dedicated fan base for years, and I think that is kind of the reason that Running with Scissors is still alive, is because of people really digging that game over years and years and years.
Yeah. That's what I mean. I would give it.
That's kind of why Postal 4 is just kind of more Postal 2 in a way. It's slightly differently structured, but I do appreciate they did try and update the structure, but also it is very much in the mold. There's nothing inherently wrong with that.
No, I mean, if we covered it, I would give it its fair shake, but it's just, like, as you said, it's not really my sense of humour.
Yeah. I don't even know if sense of humour, it's not my sense of humour, but there's something it might have played it at the right point in time. It's just the ways you can go through it have always kind of enamored me. The kind of combat system is very, very janky and weird, but you've got a lot of options and interesting routes through stuff. The glitches I find very entertaining. I think it's a game that is very crudely put together, but very charming within that.
Yeah. And at least it doesn't have jokes about Hillary Clinton, but it does have jokes about Gary Coleman. Remember him?
It does have jokes about Gary Coleman and Lieberman.
Who's Lieberman?
He was a politician who got on Postal's case.
He was
games causing violence crowd, I believe.
Who, famously enough, who also did that? Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, true.
Her and Jack Thompson, they were going to ban video games.
He's in a podcast.
I thought you were going to say I thought you said he's in a podcast, and I was like, could we get him on?
I mean, you could maybe get David Joff at the very least. We're looking.
I was trying to get so there's a guy now who's become a bit of a character on the Raven series. Is a guy called John Mullins, who is. I think maybe I told you the story, but do you remember the Social Fortune games?
Social Fortune games.
Soldier of Fortune.
Oh yes, I had the gold edition. As a
kid. Well, like the whole big selling point of that game was like it came out the year after Columbine and the year before fucking 9/11, and it had like the most realistic like gore system in like any like you could shoot people's limbs off and stuff.
Yeah, you can
like,
blast their guts open with a shotgun. I remember doing that.
Yeah, and the whole point of the game was that the reason that we're doing this is because it's like a realistic war scenario. But so the guy that they hired as their consultant was a ex-military turned like military consultant guy called John Mullins, who they made the main character of the game. And basically all the interview stuff is like, yeah, the stuff that you do in Soldier of Fortune, like, that's from his life. This is stuff he told us about.
God. It's like fucking Ricky Dick Marcinko.
Yeah, and the stuff that you do in the game is like, the first mission that you go on is like fucking Death Wish, where a New York subway is full of 80s, like, Nazi punks. And they're just like, damn, they got all the cops kidnapped. Send in John Mullins. And just like this old fucking 50-year-old guy with a broom handle mustache turns up in a black bucket hat and like fucking combat overalls. And he's just like, yeah, I'll deal with this. And you just go down and you just fucking massacre.
Everyone dies. Oh, no, yeah, I heard Poster 1 was more self-serious. Poster 1 is a very grim, downbeat game. Like, it's very miserable in its tone, and I really like the art style of it. Don't much enjoy playing it. I got stuff wrong about it in my review, which... you live and learn.
Oh my god, the guy in Spark said twat, I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's not, they couldn't get all the swearing out. You'll never get Sonic say twat. It's what Hatred tried to be. Well, maybe.
Do you know what the weirdest... Oh, yeah, well, I mean, Hatred is...
yeah. Hatred, eh?
Hatred.
What a flash in the pan that was. Destructive Creations are still around. I don't know what they're doing. They've done more games since, and... I mean, the second game they made, and I think they were trying to recapture...
Oh, yeah, because I remember, like, the only people who bit the fucking, you know, the bait that they were going for was Kotaku, where it was like, oh my god, they're making a game where you shoot Muslims, and it's like... No? That wasn't the thing.
It was basically the thing of it was. It was called like IS Defense or something, and it was it was a turret-based game where in an alternate world, like ISIS had gotten really big, so you're just mowing them down as they storm beaches. It's the daftest like premise.
They should have had a trailer in the and you know the money line is in this game you don't have to hand it to them.
There we go. That would have been the win treatment.
That would have been it. But yeah, fucking Soldier of Fortune is really funny because it's just like, yeah, this is all like based on real shit that I did, and it's like he goes to like an Arctic James Bond base and blows it up all on his own. He disarms 4 nuclear weapons. He goes to Japan and fights ninjas with a fucking microwave beam. It's great.
How do we know it's not true? You know?
No, that's what I mean. It could absolutely be. It could absolutely be true. The final boss of the game is fucking Grey Fox. So.
Wow, I don't know how you got the rights to that.
Yeah, how did we manage that? Hey.
It's been a moment since I played this. Still a good game. Play it again. Chill Spark.
Because yeah, I think I was sending photos of it to you. Like one of the bits is fucking Saddam Hussein and stuff.
Oh, actually, are we going to do America's 10 Most Wanted?
Yeah, I think I might. Only because, well, I might do it because one, I think the developer of it was the one who did all the Americans Armies games anyways, so it'd be interesting digging into that. But also, one of my dad's friends, his father was an Iranian nuclear scientist, and so he was one of the guys on the 52 cards.
That's gotta be a fucking point of pride.
Oh, Christ, yeah. What's your thought, Jay Gillen?
What's the thought? Hit us, Gillen. That Family Guy third-person shooter you still play on. No, how Cuphead was made into a show. Imagine if they did one for Spark. That could be fun. I'm not sure.
That'd be alright.
Having not finished 3 yet, I don't know if there's enough legs in the characters. Maybe. It does get more into it in 2 and 3, but the character of Spark I'm really liking in 3. I'm going to kind of give away a bit of my thoughts on this, but I think... Alright, so this is getting ahead of myself a bit. I do think that he has captured between Spark and Fox like a really good joke dynamic version of like Shadow and Sonic. Yeah. Where, you know, Spark is like Sonic, but where Sonic is just kind of flippant and enjoys the adventure and doesn't take anything too seriously. Spark's kind of character in 3 is that he doesn't actually kind of realize or care how much danger there is. He's just doing what the fuck he wants.
Right.
Meanwhile, which I think is kind of a nice parallel. Meanwhile,
yeah, that's funny.
Meanwhile, Fark like has his whole story in the later games when he becomes more of a character is he's having an identity crisis and is trying to work out who he is, where he comes from, what he's all about. I should probably change outfit and get out of this loop. And I just kind of like he's kind of based on someone who doesn't give a fuck whatsoever.
Pretty good.
I don't know, I find that a fun dynamic where, because whenever you play as Fark, the tone changes and the story is incredibly serious. And when I was playing Spark 2, I was kind of like, oh, he's taking this way too seriously now, and I'm not sure I'm feeling it. Then Spark 3 begins, and Spark has the dumbest motivation ever. I'm like, oh no, wait, it is just purely fun character contrast.
Yeah.
Like, you have one character who's taking this shit incredibly seriously, then there's this fuck.
The protagonist doesn't...
Yeah. And he's just got the stupidest, silliest motivation of all time, and it's great.
God, there's an old cartoon or a film which is like that, where the main protagonist... Oh no, I think I'm thinking of Wander Over Yonder, where it's like, the main villain is like really fucking serious. It's like, no, I gotta get this stuff done, but I keep getting like fucked up by this guy. And then the Wander Over Yonder guy is just like, he's just chill. He doesn't give a fuck.
I don't jive for this game's character design. It has an unfinished look to it. I might not have the eye for it. I don't know.
I kind of get what he means in regards to, like, it kind of has a bit of, like, almost a bit of an amateurish quality in regards to, like...
I do get that, like, yeah, Spark is very kind of formless. Like,
yeah.
Which is ironic, considering his species form
like
is. Yeah, it's just kind of a blob man.
Yeah, like, it reminds me of when I went to university and, like, we all learned 3D modeling, and some people got really into ZBrush, which is that program that you use to do, like, fine detail. But as a result, they would make models which had, like, they would have, like, absolutely no macro detail, but have, like, insane, like, fine detail. So you'd have, like, a blob man who had jeans where you could see the denim, like, detail in it. It was bizarre. It was
kind of missing the forest for the trees, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like it wasn't even like, you know, where you blur your eyes and you just see simple. It was like it was like a big. It was like a big greebled sphere, but like as a person. It's
right.
Very odd looking.
Did the tutors kind of get in on them on this? Is like
no, because they were just happy they were learning ZBrush, which, you know, fair enough.
Fair enough, I guess. I guess maybe fundamentals of that kind of stuff, they expected people to have that maybe a little bit earlier.
Well, yeah, but the problem was with my course, they didn't really teach us, like, you know, form and stuff like... I mean, they mostly taught us, like, how to do hard surface modeling, but then we were on an animation course, so we were expected to do character modeling, which, you know, a lot of people just didn't get.
I can't say if there's anything like that. I mean, I told the story in my video about how my tutor was on me about, like, hey, don't try and write a story that breaks all the rules. You don't know what the fucking rules are yet.
Yeah.
Which, you know, was a fucking good lesson. It
Yeah,
was very
exactly.
scattershot, my kind of university one. Because it was very much, you know, it was all... They were trying to do all the practical aspects of, oh, hang on, this section's cool because you get the fucking... This thing just makes you do damage.
Oh, nice.
So you just get to do this for a bit.
Pretty cool.
No, yeah, pretty fucking awesome. I don't... Wonder was greatness though. They would have individually modelled eyebrow strands. These following on from your story.
Oh yeah, no, they would. Yeah, it was the same with us. Like, we would have people who were, yeah, modelling the eyelashes, where it's like the face doesn't have any detail. Like, and there was a lot of people. There was a lot of people who misunderstood like how much they could try and achieve with a normal map as well. Because like a normal map is very good for kind of just like very small kind of like skin bumps and stubble and stuff like that. But like people were trying to use it to like edit whole geometry, and it just wasn't good for that.
It wasn't the tool for that job.
No.
It was very eclectic. It was kind of like some weeks it would be about like, here's how to network, here's how to learn to get your way into a production house, memorize the names of everyone there, talk to the higher ups, know how to connect with people. Then it would be, okay, camera, here's how you work camera, do a camera workshop, sound workshop. It was all very just kind of scattershot. And then you'd have CCS, critical and contextual studies, which That was where you had to do your actual kind of essay writing and talk about audience reception and ethnography and just kind of, you know, topics about consumption of media and that kind of shit, which was what I was kind of hoping to escape getting out of media studies.
Sure. You know how we learned how to do essay writing? They showed us the Plinkett review of the Phantom.
Oh Christ, we didn't get that. We got a lot of Charlie Brooker.
Oh yeah, we got a little bit of Scream Life as well.
Case in point, all characters hunt down the Freeman. I do find they are kind of mounds of clay with details on them of varying degrees in complexity.
Which is weird, because I think I was watching a video of, I think it might have been the Digital Foundry video of the DF Retro Half-Life 2, and I think that the G-Man model that they made for that game still holds up, like, really well.
I think there's some games like that. I think Metal Gear Solid 2 still looks fucking amazing.
Yeah, but it looks interesting in, like, Konami had that kind of thing going when that game came out where, like, a lot of their characters look like Raiden. Like, who's the guy, Ike in Shadow of Destiny?
Kush and the guy from Shadow of Rome. The stealth character. Yeah, they just had kind of long, white-haired pretty boys for a fucking minute.
Very smooth skin, kind of like...
Yeah, like a fucking China plate kind of character.
I still find it shocking, like, how in the 360, well, the PS3 year, I guess, is more accurate, is that they went from, like, MGS4, which is, like, a really good-looking game for its time, but very much in the mold of, like, it's what they did for MGS3, where it's, like... Well, it's like MGS2, where it's, like, really detailed, high-poly models, but, like, the textures aren't, you know, whatever. But then MGS5 is just so... Like, that game still looks really, really good. And I think it's just because of the PBR.
Are bald. I don't know why.
Most of my characters are bald. I don't know. Well, I mean, there was a thing during the Unreal 3 era where they couldn't get hair right, so just all the protagonists were bald guys.
Finally, some bald rep.
Finally. Phil Mitchell, it's your time to shine. That's why Vin Diesel's the ultimate video game protagonist, because I imagine he's like... Just as a human being, he's low poly.
I see what you mean.
Yeah. He's not very... geometrically, he's not very complex.
I wonder if anyone's ever told... the weirdest insult to receive in life. You know, geometrically, you're not very complex.
Has anyone told you that...
I guess that's less of an insult than being told you're basic as a person.
Vin, has anyone told you you look low poly? Has anyone told you that your face looks like a PS1 texture over a fucking cube?
Has anyone ever told you your forehead would be perfect for a cube map? Or screen space reflections?
Finn, has anybody ever just spray painted you grey and then, like, moved a light around your head? Show how good their rendering technology is.
Oh, this is kind of a... not a boss rush exactly. Maybe a little bit of a boss rush. Just get
a okay.
One-on-one.
We're pretty near the end then, I'm guessing.
Kind of.
Okay. Not that I'm going anywhere, I'm just...
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. I think I might just try and finish the campaign.
Yeah, I reckon you
gotta go, because we're nearing the end, it would be a fucking... it'd be a wet fart to just kind of go, I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah, like two levels before the end. Okay, I'm done now. Bye everybody.
Bye. I do actually have work in the morning, but I don't care. I make a litre of coffee when I wake up and go through that.
Hey, it's a Friday, and plus, like, fucking... Somebody in work earlier this week was like, because I didn't have anything to do, she said, well, if you got an hour, why don't you just have a 20-minute kip? And it's just like, oh, I could do that, even though that's like... Don't tell anybody, but that's kind of what I do now. I'm going to work anyways, I'll just go have a 20-minute nap.
I mean, for me, it's like, oh god. So my day of, like, because I do...
Well, you go into an office, yeah.
Yeah,
so...
I go into the office now for this one, they requested. And it does make it easier, because we do have to do multiplayer capture, so easier to communicate. But the last hour of each day is just... I take the files from the fucking monitor, which records in an absurd bitrate. Like, I'm talking, like... I think more than 550 Mbps.
Yeah.
Fucking nutso bitrate. So we record that over the course of a day, getting all those shots. And then it takes an hour to transfer that into the fucking server, and then all I gotta do is, like, categorize it. So I just have, like, an hour's break. Literally, I think the other week, I set it to transfer and then went down the pub before coming back into the office.
See, that's how you do it. That's like old-fashioned, like, tech work, where, oh, I gotta wait for this to render out, I'm going to the pub.
Yeah, see you in a bit.
I mean, that's where most game developers used to get their ideas from. They go down the pub and just, like, chat about, like, ideas.
Yeah. I do actually, I'm really quite lucky with guys I work at, they're very laid back. They didn't fucking knock that, like, pub fucking business.
Oh, no, absolutely. I'm sure they would have done the same if they were in your position. So.
Yeah.
You know who also
kind for this boss.
Yeah. You know who also kind of looks like a video game man? The Rock.
Yeah. I mean,
and I think it works as well because in the Mummy Returns, there's the bit where he comes out as the Scorpion King and he just looks like a PS2 cutscene. Well, I remember seeing that as a kid and just thinking, no, that's the guy, that's The Rock. And I think, like, obviously as a child, you know, you haven't seen Thanos in, like, Endgame yet, like, you know, high-level CG. But even then, I think just The Rock he just looks like a video game man. Like, you know. I could see him being the hero of, like, Unreal. Not Unreal Tournament, just Unreal 1.
Well, I mean, yeah. I don't think there's a hero in Unreal as such.
In Unreal 1.
I mean, there is. I'm an idiot. I don't think there's a hero of Unreal Tournament.
Oh no, it's whoever you play as. That was the funny thing as well, was like going back and playing the Quakes, is they do Quake 1, which is, you know, oh, it's based on like Cthulhu Mythos and like D&D Planescape and blah blah blah. And then John Romero leaves and they go, can we just simplify this for the second one? Which is what, like, they were working on a space game for ages, which was called, like, we're gonna call it like Loaded and Strog and stuff, and then they said, let's just call it Quake 2. That's a brand name. And so when it came to Quake 3, they were just like, oh, let's try and square the circle a little bit. So you had the characters from Quake 1 and Quake 2, and so it's basically just Smash Brothers, but as an arena fighter, arena shooter, I guess. And then Quake 4.
I'm up this boss fight, but I'm not dead yet. Oh, fucking that. Oh, fuck.
You're very true. That's very true, Chariot. He does play a lot of video games. You feel a bit video gaming, including in the Jumanji films that he is in, where he is literally playing a video game, man.
We haven't used the lance much. Let's change out the
get that lance.
It's not the best. Oh, we've used the arrow a bunch. Let's hold on to this hammer. Even though I'm not fond of this kind of setup that much. Oh. This thing has interesting tech, though.
Oh yeah, he is in Doom. He's the guy who famously says "big fucking gun" when he sees the BFG.
Oh god. Okay, this is going to be tricky. I'll get it. This is actually one of the more awkward setups for a boss like this.
Yeah. Oh yeah, because you have a lot of kind of like short-range weapons, I suppose.
Pull this off. Nope. I was optimistic to think I could.
God, I should try and trick somebody to be the host on an episode of Bullet Time, but we just talk about the Doom movie.
I'd maybe get like a gaming movie podcast to kind of field that one. That's crossover potential right there.
There we go, that's the potential, baby. Oh. Because the only things I remember about that film is, well, it's based on Doom 3. There's the bit where he says "big fucking gun," and then there's the bit where you go into Carl Urban's head and it becomes like an FPS game for a few minutes.
Yeah, that's what anyone. I rewatched it on YouTube because I did like that as a kid, and I rewatched it. It is dog shit.
It's so bad.
Fucking dog shit. That shit.
It's so bad.
Like that's all. Maybe it's like it seems good because you're watching this dog shit film, and
also,
like I guess that bit was good. I gotta get something out of this.
That's another thing that I told you about it, and we were laughing because it was just like the whole premise of that film is that like you can give somebody an extra chromosome and it gives them superpowers, and it's like
giving someone an extra chromosome does not.
No, that's not usually what happens when you have an extra chromosome.
I'm sorry to say, movie.
Yeah, they gave the Rock an extra chromosome, and he got really into model trains.
I do kind of like, though, when films do that kind of bullshit science. Like, wasn't that movie of what if you could use 100% of your brain?
Oh, Limitless. Fucking hell. Well, two films. There's Limitless, which is like, this, like, oh, what if you took a drug that, like, made you really smart? It's like, whoa, bro. Imagine if this drug existed in real... And, like, the film is just, like, people complain about, you know, men's rights, you know, films where it's like, oh my god, he's, like, the coolest dude. Most of them, like, you know, Fight Club and American Psycho, they're actually, like, really pathetic. No, Limitless is, like, the ultimate dude's rock movie. But then there's also Lucy, which is the same thing, but she's like a drug mule, and she's full of smart drugs, and then the drugs accidentally explode in her body, and she absorbs all the smart drugs.
I still
She
can't
just
get why
keeps-
the movie people can't make a legitimately good and memorable movie adaptation. Sonic 2 was a kind of banger, though. Anyway, sorry. I just saw that.
I started watching Sonic 2 on the plane, but it kept skipping around, and so I gave up on it.
Oh no, that was just a speed run.
The British Airways were giving me the I was watching the Summoning Salt edit of Sonic the Hedgehog 2. I was like, oh god, I watched a lot of weird films when I was on the plane. I'd never seen The Departed before, so I watched it when I was going.
Bias when you said that, Snake. Yeah, it's the bias to me being right all the time. Nah, yeah.
I'd never seen The Departed before, and like, I don't remember if I think I said this when I saw Lamb and stuff, that it was like I looked over and one of the people was watching the Harry Potter films over the flight, and I was like, how embarrassing, how disgusting. And then this poor Portuguese guy sitting next to me where I'm watching The Departed, where he can't hear it, but he is just seeing people getting their fucking skulls domed. Like, oh, but the film's great because they're just like really horrible and racist. And it's like this. Oh, don't make films like this anymore. More of this, please. And then I watched the Batman's Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises. Dark Knight, still a good film. Dark Knight Rises, still a pretty bad film.
Oh, what about opening though? What about the meme scene?
Oh no, the meme scene was funny, but
Yeah.
I mean, the funniest thing about it, which nobody ever realizes when they watch the clips on YouTube, is the editing. The editing of it is like they're like trying to rush through it because they realize how fucking embarrassing the scene is. That everything's really cut short.
I don't know if it's already been said, but do you think Sonic benefits from having more speed? I think that kind of depends on the game individually. I think the problem is you kind of chase more and more of that speed, and the game gets more unfocused, whereas the earlier games, they got by on kind of middling speed, but it felt rewarding when you had it. Whereas
I like the mobile.
It's great because it's very, very fast.
The mobile game that he's in, which is like Subway Surfers, that's really good. But I mean, it's a template that works, and it works really well with Sonic. And again, like, that's a game where you can just like keep blasting speed, and it just works like really well. But then when it's more of a big
Yeah, we were talking about character designs. I really don't like this guy's design.
Yeah,
I like it even less in 3D.
This is like a weird. This is like somebody's persona.
Yeah, same species as Spark, but you know what you were talking about earlier with weird details.
Yeah. There, that's him in a nutshell.
Yeah, it's like he is Spark species, but he's got like a neckerchief and a white blazer and a
clown nose and a Mario mustache.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, this is a disgusting character design.
Oh yeah, no, you wouldn't want to imagine this guy in like full 3D. That being said, does he come back in the other two, or?
He comes back in 2. He's not there for long. I haven't seen him in 3 yet. He's kind of a professor guy, and I do kind of appreciate that he basically just offers to cut Spark a check for doing this.
That's funny.
Yeah. It's like, I'll pay you, and he's like, oh, sweet, I was out of a job.
What was it? Oh, I watched Morbius. It wasn't as bad as. See, it wasn't as bad as people said it was. It was okay. That's my review of Morbius. It was okay. It was alright. It wasn't worth the memes.
It was damned by the hype.
It was
anti-hype.
Yeah, it was damned by the anti-hype. It wasn't The Room. It didn't deserve that. It was just.
It got picked up by the meme machine, and its fate was sealed.
Yeah, which it doesn't feel like it deserved it, because it was about as it was like slightly worse than Venom. That's the only that's my fucking review of the film. It was slightly worse than Venom, but it had enough interesting misfires that it will kind of stick in my memory more than like any recent Marvel film. And then I watched Ambulance, the new Michael Bay film, and cocaine was certainly in the director's seat for that one. It was great. The camera just never stopped moving, and he's discovered drone technology now. So So the fucking camera is just doing Alton Towers corkscrews whenever the plot goes quiet. The camera just starts fucking doing loop to loops to keep you interested.
Oh yeah, so we've been going through the plot dump, and I just like, oh yeah, you'll be financially compensated whether you succeed in saving the world or not, but what you've done so far is illegal.
You're going to jail,
Whoops.
Spark.
Oh, whoops. Do not worry. I'll make it so this was a job of sorts.
Chariot, I did see the video of Eddie Burbank, whatever his name is, going to see Morbius 5. Yeah, I think I said you this about this, mate, where it's like he kept buying tickets to other films so he wouldn't embarrass himself going to see Morbius 5 time. And just kept sneaking into different screens.
I mean, I don't know how many more times happened, but the last count on my mother watching Zack Snyder's Justice
Oh yeah,
League,
well,
I think it was up to 8 times.
So she hasn't broken double digits yet.
No,
Do you reckon
and I think she's stopped. I think she's moved on to going back to watching Star Trek and CSI.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the Queen died, and that was nothing but that for a bit.
Well, I was about to say, so now the Queen is dead and buried. I mean, it's television back to normal now.
I don't know. I can't remember if the comedies are allowed to air again.
If the comedies are allowed to be funny again.
Yeah.
When did they start? Hey,
music. I don't like. It's just a very fun level and all. Just
it's a cool looking one. And I'll say this as well. Like, I know we were saying about like the kind of formless with too much detail thing. The level backgrounds kind of have that, but also all the platforms are really distinct from the background.
Yeah,
elements.
I'm never confused as to what I can stand on. It's kind of this interesting thing where it's very visually busy, but not. It never feels like I'm being cheated.
It does. It feels like a really well-designed like GBA or DS game where it's like, well, we know that the screen is this size, so we can kind of use tech detail to add a bit of texture, but like the stuff that you stand on has to be like really fucking shit hot.
Yeah, you've got to know it.
The only other game that did that recently, but in a really stupid way, was Metroid Dread, where the game is like full. I mean, it's polygonal. Like it is. There is no hand-drawn elements in that game. It is all 3D, but it's like locked down 2D perspective, and so it's like, okay, so all the platforms you stand on are like jet black. Like we're taking like a perfect cross section of a cave.
Right.
It's very. I don't know. It's very weird looking, but. I mean, it works.
Yep. Oh yeah, you can actually have weapons knocked out of your hands. That's the first time that's happened.
Oh, cool.
I think if you take more hits, like back-to-back consecutively, the odds of it increase.
That's Kirby for you.
Yep.
Oh, by the way, have you been watching any of Masahiro Sakurai's YouTube videos?
I haven't actually, no.
No, I haven't got around to them either. But they're all...
I'm not much for... I mean, he's the...
Smash Brothers
yeah,
guy.
I'm not much for Smash Brothers. So...
He's been in the games.
I don't doubt that he's probably got way more insight than even me doing gaming YouTube. That's obvious. That'd be arrogant to suppose.
I mean, it's funny. It's like he's probably like one of the most probably not an Well, I mean, he's got the most expertise on the subject, but his videos are very accessible in quite a nice way.
I did hear they're very well put together and
oh yeah,
focus on just making sure that the ordinary person, the layman, can get it.
But it is weird that he did collaborate with Keemstar on that Drama Alert video.
No, you gotta work your way up somehow.
Well, no, exactly. You gotta. I think he knew that Keemstar hadn't dropped off yet.
He hadn't fell off. Oh.
He hadn't fell off. Weird that Masahiro Sakurai got involved with all that Miskiff stuff. I think he should have kept out of it.
These are awkward Jester abilities to have for this sequence. This is meant to be a fucking tight-ass run escape sequence. It's quite lenient though.
I was gonna say that self-destruct sequence countdown could be a little bit more apparent, but it works, I guess.
It works, and honestly, it's very lenient.
It's like I fell off for real.
I mean, when he got out of games and went into doing roofing, he wasn't cut for it.
Yeah. He fell off the roof like Rod Hull did, but I don't think he had the puppet in his hand when it happened. Did you know that was a thing, Snake?
I didn't know.
This fucking reference from 30 like years ago, like this reference from about a person who was like in a period of popular culture before either of us were alive. Rod Hull.
That's not true. You were alive.
Rod Hull and Emu. I was about to say, actually, I imagine the place that you go on your summer holidays, they probably have a Rod Hull and Emu like tribute act.
No, but they do have a Roy Chubby Brown tribute act. That's even worse.
No, I know.
Oh fuck. Well,
what be even better?
We haven't seen Basic Spark in so long. Let's have him.
Yeah, we'll go on.
This section's kind of a fucker because now you have to dodge nukes. Oh,
it'd be good if they managed to combine Roy Chubby Brown with like Rod. Oh. Now, who was the guy who had the bird on? Keith Harrison Orville. It would be good if they had a guy like that, but he was also like Roy Chubby Brown.
It was good if they got Keith Orville on the Orville.
That'd be good.
Yeah.
Do you think what's his face? Seth MacFarlane's a big fan of him.
Oh, I imagine.
It's nothing.
Man's all keyed in on pop culture. I imagine.
The man's pretty keyed up as well.
Yeah.
I
mean, you gotta be in show business.
Yeah, exactly. You gotta be on that Columbia marching powder, especially soon around those so many episodes of Family Guy. Am I right, folks?
When you're right, you're right.
If I'm right, please comment below. I need the engagement.
Why am I rushing? Stop that. Alright, 1 hit point. Let's take this 1 hit point as far as it will go.
1 hit run. Here we go.
Run.
Ooh.
Get me off this crazy thing. Okay, it got me to a health pickup. Good. Ow.
The dev is real interesting. They're a BT knockoff of BioWare with a fetish for 18th century fashion. Are you talking about Pyrogen?
Ah. Wait, what? Oh, no. But luckily, I think I had another refill, yep. And then I instantly lost a hit point.
Right.
I've technically died twice.
I do like the fact that like when you go through the dying healing animation, he just planks.
Yeah. Oh.
Nope. I have not heard of Technomancer. Is that a video?
Oh wait, Technomancer. Yeah, sorry. Hang on.
Yeah. That's a Spiders game, isn't it?
Steel Rising. It's the French Revolution game with robots and what? Did I just accidentally quit?
Yeah, I was about to say. It looked like you crashed.
I don't think I crashed. I may have hit the wrong button. Let's.
Did you hit?
Hang on. Sorry about that, folks. I might have just kind of nonchalantly did a whoopsie. Yeah, I've got a Technomancer. I did a video on it. Yeah, blanking for a bit, but yeah, they did Steel Rising, which is the French robot game, French like Revolution robot game.
Okay, but not related
but it's
to
apparently a Souls-like now, which took me for a surprise. But they did Technomancer and they did Greedfall and Mars Warlogs before that, and they're like a very, very cheap BioWare, and I used to find them quite interesting because of that.
Yeah. Were we on call where they announced where they just re-announced they're just making Laws of the Fallen like it's not a sequel, it's not a remake, they're just doing it. They're just doing Laws of the Fallen. It's just
I think we were, yeah. Oh god, no, give me that. No.
Oh shit.
Oh
no.
This is gonna go worse because I don't even have a refill this time.
Oh shit.
Okay, run. Oh god. Okay, I should have just gone for it. Death and Glory. Or just death, really. We're gonna play this like a coward. We're gonna play this like an anti-Sonic game where you just go slow. It's like Sonic says, gotta go slow. Gotta take it easy. Gotta plan ahead.
And then he goes to Kokomo. Not too fast, just takes it slow.
Just has a oh god. Just
oh my
chills
god.
Out.
Oh shit.
Ugh, I was a week behind on watching the Soul finale.
Oh yeah, what did you
for
think?
a week, and I was like, oh, I can't. Soul's finished. It's out
so what
there.
do you think about Better Call Saul then? At the end.
Oh well, I mean, we're a month late to talk on this. We talk about. I mean, it's pretty much a better ending than I could have imagined for him.
Yeah, that was how I thought as well. I like the ending more than the one in Breaking Bad, but I think
they work well together because they kind of parallel the different arcs of these characters.
yeah.
It is pretty much a happy end, a happier ending than I think even Jimmy would think he deserved.
I was gonna say like I kind of figured out. Oh, I know what they'll do with him, but then I never quite made the leap that they did of the people on the bus being like his #1 fans, and then I was just like, oh yeah, no, of course they would be. So they all like.
He gets he gets to go out a mythical figure.
Yeah.
And there was also the angle of like he genuinely got to kind of have it both ways, where he kind of went like, oh yeah, I could, damn it.
Oh yeah, no, he got to style on him like one last time, but then it was no,
then have the moral victory too.
Yeah.
Now I'm dying. Okay, let's. Oh god.
And then it turned out that the entire TV show it was just a big time machine. We were just traveling through time the entire time. And then we met Walt, and Walt was the biggest fucking Reddit nerd because he was like, time travel is impossible. It's fucking bullshit. And it's like, yeah, but I'm just asking.
To stop being a fucking fedora.
Walt, stop being stop being a fucking fedora in here.
Just fucking answer the question. It's about guilt, but you realise James, he's dodging his guilt.
No, I know, that was the funny thing. Yeah. And then the fucking cutting line of, oh, you were always like this, but really he was saying it about himself.
And then it's like, Chuck, actually there was a smidgen of love there. There was a smidgen.
Yeah.
But neither of them could vocalise. God damn it. Neither of them could say it. They had their prides, damn it.
To be honest, when you think about it, it was just a TV show about pride.
It was literally just that. There was no other angle to it.
No, it was just about proud guys.
I mean, I will stick by my theory is that the whole Breaking Bad-verse, it's just about how office politics ruins good work.
When you think about it, you could call them proud boys.
You couldn't.
James, don't call them that.
I think Gilligan was in a meeting and he said, "Why don't we call them proud?
Why don't we call this the Proud Boy multiverse?"
Like, it sounds a bit gay. Yeah.
Isn't that apparently where they get where the Proud Boys got their name from? Was like a song that was cut from like a Disney film or something.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. No, it was something like that. Like that.
I can ace that section then.
Yeah, Scorn's coming out. I made a thumbnail for Euroclip 4000 and a video on it is just come out as well. Fingers are good one, so.
This is gonna sound really thin, so I just noticed. I think this knight gets a shield that like takes a hit for him once on occasion.
That's pretty good.
That's a nifty ability. I'm not quite sure what triggers it.
Yeah, that was it. It was a song from Aladdin called "Be Proud of Your Boy," which they cut from the final film. So
always be proud.
Not that I want to talk about the Proud. Even though I was the person who fucking brought it up.
At this point, we're just reaching for conversation topics.
We're just trying to, that's what this conversation's about the electric Jester, the electric Jester, not gesture.
He is an electric gesture.
I'll give you an electric Jester, right? Yeah. God, I can't even remember what I was talking about. Scorn. Yeah, Scorn is basically, it's the Fanny game, but good. Do you remember the Fanny game?
I mean, it was that other game about hell, right?
Yeah, it was called, I can't remember what it was called, but it was
Like, you're a lost soul, and hey, wander through hell. And I was like, it's a bit heavy for me. And
basically the entire, the thing of the game was that all the enemies were, women with, vagina detenter, where you have...
teeth in the vag, yeah.
Yeah, and, the entire game was just boiling down to, man, women, pretty scary, huh? Am I right, guys?
Especially if they got teeth down there.
Man, I wouldn't want to see a naked woman.
Down when you get down to that.
Yeah. God, what the fuck was it called? It wasn't... And I remember because it was on it did really well on Kickstarter, and then it turned out the guys who were making it were weird, which seems to be most Kickstarter stuff. Horror game hell Kickstarter.
Oh, damn it! I keep cocking this up. I'm trying to get too cocky.
Agony, that was it.
Oh yeah, Agony. Yeah. It's not...
Oh god, even the fucking.
You got doing it from Lackwool. Hello, Lackwool and Pyrogin.
Hello, Lackwool. Thank you. Yeah, even the logo for Agony, it's just the fanning teeth. That's great. But yeah, Scorn. Scorn is good Agony, from what I understand. It's more.
Imagine if your mouth had teeth in it.
Yeah, imagine if your nan had
This tweet
teeth.
brought to you by Britain. That was shit. I'm so sorry.
I'm still laughing about the one that I said yesterday, which was, "What if? Imagine if Crash Bandicoot did revenge porn."
God.
God, when are we getting more? Yeah, that's true. That's British people. My teeth are pretty good. I'm on the NHS. I got some decent jumpers.
Oh, I'm gonna be that guy. I'm gonna be that fucking. By per capita, we do have the best teeth in the world now. We're overcompensating.
Wow. Well, there we go.
Yeah. We heard that joke, and it's like the French actually having a good military record. We just, you know, we got really fucked off on it. We got really Walter White about our fucking success.
We got real Walter White about us.
We got real Walter White teeth about our fucking success.
Just a dentist looking down at the nice watch that Jesse bought him and said, "Nah, no regrets." About our teeth.
Oh Christ. Shit.
Yeah, that was why I was interested. Like, Scorn actually, unlike Agony, did seem to be leaning into the HR geek. Finally, folks, for the first time since what's the fucking game with Mike Dawson in it?
Oh, Darkseid.
Yeah, for the first time since Darkseid, we finally got some good Giga on the go.
Good Giga on the go.
One of these days, Dawson, I'm gonna catch you, whatever the line is.
And then the guy who wrote Darkseid 2 went on to be the novel writer for James Bond.
Is that actually true?
Yeah, Raymond Benson.
What the fuck?
Author of Darkseid 2 and the novelization of Metal Gear Solid, has written the James Bond novels for years now.
Amazing.
What a literary history.
Meanwhile, the guy who was in Darkseid 1 went on to be a Baden, right?
Are you thinking of Harvest?
Harvester, yeah, I am thinking of Harvester.
Yeah, where the guy who played Steve, who was a kidder, turned out to be a kidder.
Such a kidder, Steve.
Such a fiddler, Steve.
Such a fiddler. Oh no.
Oh.
I mean, that's the that's the knife that you play with when you become a star of an FMV game. You either go on to write the Bond novels, or you go on to be a villain in or a
There's two paths.
Yeah, those are the when you go to the jobs office, those are the two.
When I went to JCS and they said pedophile, I didn't understand, but now
that's the Eddie Izzard cake or death bit, but for writing Bond novels.
Hello, Tat Floral?
T for T Floral, hello.
T for T Floral. Oh, trying to think. I mean, nah. That job they offered, pedophile, it seemed weird, but now it makes sense. It was at the BBC, so...
Yeah.
And there we go, that's a joke for exactly you and me.
And even then, I don't know if I'd sort of...
Yeah, okay, that was a joke for me that I knew you would get as well.
No, I did. I mean, I got it, I guess. No, I just remembered.
Didn't appreciate it.
No, I mean, good comedy usually isn't appreciated in its time.
No one can laugh nowadays when you make a joke about the pedophiles at the BBC.
Yeah, exactly. Like Lenny Bruce. I remembered the whole reason why I brought up John Mullins. John Mullins is still alive, and I was wondering potentially because the guy from Pixel is he's like the horse whisperer for like old guys. He's really good at getting old authors like on the podcast, including he had the guy who like his claim to fame is that he wrote the first piece of like Star Wars expanded fiction. Splinters of the Eye, Alan Dean Foster, who then went on to like write a ton of other stuff. But yeah, you got him on the podcast to like just talk about his work. So I was like, can we do this? Could we get John Mullins on and just ask him, did you actually fight like female ninjas with a laser cannon? Did that happen?
That would be a good tell-all, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Did you actually disarm 4 nukes like in the same day?
I'm just liking, your analogy of He's like the horse whisperer for old people.
Yeah.
Like, they're a different species. You need specialized knowledge to communicate. I guess, you know what? No, yeah. So I think about this.
Yeah, he's the horse whisperer for boomers. And he does it like the horse whisperer. He's just there like in overalls going out into like a barn and just like rubbing these old guys like on the chin and just like nibbling on their ear and this.
Oh god, I'm in a terrible position.
I know, you're about to get cut up by that.
Oh, it was like
by that decent
I couldn't
3D
move
effect.
forward to get out.
Oh dang.
Oh, there we go.
Also, I'll be back in a sec.
No worries. I've actually streamed my way through this entire game before, but last time I think it took a whole 2 more hours and I was drunk. So the skills have definitely improved. I've shaved 2 hours off this game. And I'm sober. So that's something. My commentary may just appear drunk, but that's just because I'm an idiot. So yeah, as someone said way earlier on, these stages go on forever. They sure do. They do have a very consistent time, though, of nearing 10 minutes. Oh god. I don't think I ever brought this power to this point before, and I might not. Being drunk does make me interesting. Have you played Freedom Planet 1 or 2? I played 1. I bought 2 literally before I started streaming. And I'm going to play it by myself before I decided not to stream that one because I felt like playing Spark. And I'm going to play it by myself for a bit first. See how I feel.
Yeah.
But I did enjoy Freedom Planet 1. It's a good game. It's a good game except when the characters are talking, which you can disable, but what kind of coward would do that? The cringe is part of the experience.
I mentioned that Edwin Tiong's in
Yeah.
Freedom Planet, didn't I? Which was why I told the story of my animation project that I had him in. Okay, good. I couldn't remember what.
I can't remember who he plays because I can't remember much of the story. It's not good.
No, it's a bit.
About, Freedom Planet or the short film.
Wait. Sorry, what?
Kyrogen is asking in chat like, what's it about? And that could be one of 2 things.
My short film was about a Dirty Harry style cop from the 70s who interrogated this fat kid, and that was the joke. I was really into doing facial animation stuff, and so I just thought it'd be funny just having this guy with this really expressive face. But like at the end of my animation course, I was just sick of 3D, so it didn't really turn out super well, unfortunately.
Oh, by the way, totally the same, Tony. I massively prefer this over, like, Freedom Planet 1. And I think I said it way earlier on, it may be a contentious one. I like this more than Sonic Mania, to be honest.
Yeah.
It suits me more.
I mean, this final level is very... feels like the final level of Sonic Mania.
What's Freedom Planet about? Well, it's just kind of a Sonic plus Treasure-esque fast-paced platformer. A bit
they are like freedom fighters or something trying to stop.
Trying to stop an evil regime. But God, I can't remember the story beyond that. But it does have. It's very much. They are kind of cut from the same cloth of like speed-based movement abilities with very kind of big bombastic boss fights.
And they are very much like character design wise. It's like, you know, Which Way Western Man, where you either go the way of this, where it's kind of blobby-looking characters with weird details, or you go the way of fucking Freedom Planet, where they're like the most over-designed Sonic characters.
So, and it has a weirdly dark story. I was about to say, where they kind of go in the opposite directions, whereas this feels like it has a layer of irony to it, where it plays up its cool elements, but it's not taking things super seriously.
Yeah.
Freedom Planet is very much like Sonic Sat AM, like they are invested in like this plot they've come up with.
They take it a bit too seriously, which I guess I know, you know, it's the thing of like, you know, the bass man is actually the one who embraces as cringe, but it is a bit cringe.
It's a bit cringe. Okay, I gotta be more patient. I say and I die. That is a boss where you gotta wait for his attack and then dodge and then retaliate. Yeah. I was just getting greedy.
You just wanted that dub.
I wanted that dub.
The L.
I gotta be more patient.
So I came back from my holiday and I got obsessed with soundproofing my apartment. Mostly because I did 4 episodes of fucking this podcast and I sound like I'm being recorded out of a metal bucket, which is really annoying. So I was like, okay, what can I do? And I went a bit overboard because I think my audio sounds quite nice now, but it's literally, I'll send you a picture of it in a second, but it's like a, well, actually, Chariot's seen a picture of it because I think I put it in a Discord, but it's like a big foam cube that's just sitting around my microphone now with a little blue window, which is the pop filter.
You don't quite fight yourself. For reasons that will be gone into later in the series, there is a robot that just happens to look a lot like you.
Yeah.
In this game, it's just kind of played for a weird joke near the start. Like, yeah, no, he just looks like you. He's a fake Spark, or so he's just dubbed Spark. And Jesus, I can't get this. It's actually, I don't think he actually has much health, so I think you can get onto the proper fight pretty quick.
It's like,
I just gotta not fuck this up. There we go.
He's like Dark Pit, or as they call him in Kid Icarus Uprising, Pit 2. There you go.
And also, you get this big fucking heroic reprise. No!
Oh no.
Oh god, what? I actually, these two suits aren't good, and I'm beefing this hard. He do be zooming around, he do be zooming. Actually, there's health pickups back here. And there might be a suit if I go back. I'll make it a bit easier. Maybe not, though. Oof. Now it's died several times. That is the preamble to the boss fight, I feel I should say.
Oh boy.
That is the preamble to the actual boss fight.
Oh, you can't actually go back because it's solid up.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And I think now that I've killed that enemy, it won't respawn, so I think this is the one time I'm going to get one more hit point. Alright, let's get on it. I've got to avenge.
I do wish there were more Treasure style 2D games. I'm trying to think off the top of my head, like any other stuff that's
I'm trying to think
Treasure.
as well. I'm not like zeroed in on a lot of them.
No, because Treasure was quite eclectic in the stuff they made. Like, you know, Alien Soldier isn't like Dynamite Heady, which isn't like,
jump.
Gunstar Heroes, but I don't know, I find them really hit and miss. Like, Wario World, I think, is not a very good game. I do say this
yeah, that was Treasure, wasn't it?
Yeah, I do say this as the only Wario authority on the stream currently, but
on YouTube.
on YouTube, he's the Wario man.
He's the Wario man on YouTube.
Wait, what? God, wait, what was the guy's name on fucking Retsy Prayer? And it's like, hello, I'm playing Mario.
Christ. Oh, Electrical Beast, aka the Jolteon of Let's Play.
Yeah, the Jolteon. Did apparently like didn't they tell a story on like Retsy Prayer where it's like, no, that guy's like, he just has like a really like lovely life now. He just does his own thing.
You can look on his channel. He moved out to America, married someone. He's doing all right for himself, and he quit YouTube. He got out of the game happy.
Well, he didn't quit YouTube. He quit YouTube.
Quit YouTube.
The British version of YouTube.
So yeah, that was the preamble to the boss fight.
Yeah. Anyways, here comes more boss, folks. Oh my god, he's now become super fuck.
That is genuinely
But yeah, so I became obsessed with soundproofing my apartment, and obviously I can't because it's a rental. So I was like, well, maybe I'll get some standing boards, and they're all like 400 quid. And it's like, well, what do I do? And I went to B&Q, and they all had like like cardboard boxes for moving, and I was like, if I stack these on top of each other and use hot glue, I could kind of turn them into panels. So, I turned a couple of cardboard boxes into like a Chinese screen, and I bought some of those foam acoustic absorbers from Amazon, which I'm currently waiting to air. It's going to take a day apparently for them to fill with air and go back to normal shape, but yeah, once that's done, I'll send a picture. But I sent a picture of the prototype, which was just cardboard, and I looked like I was inside of a cardboard box.
No. Damn it! I can't actually afford to lose any health. This is actually... I don't know why I'm having so much trouble with this. No,
have any of you played...
fucking up.
Chariot says, have either of you played Ikaruga?
I'm just gonna die actually and restart this run, so I've got one. Actually, no, I'm fucking taking it as far as it'll go.
Do it.
I'll fuck this up on my terms.
Do it. It would be good if they gave you like a little health bar though for that guy. So you know,
yeah, I don't know why. I can't remember why he doesn't have a health bar. All right, I got through phase 1. Die. I'm stabbing you. I'm stabbing you.
To answer your question, Chariot, I played Ikaruga. I liked it, but I think not really a genre I'm super into.
Yeah,
but
I'm not a big bullet hell guy. That is one of the more accessible ones, though.
Yeah, that's kind of why I liked it. It was funny, actually. I wanted the GameCube version for, like, years and years, but then never bought it because you had to get it as an import. And then it came to the Xbox 360, and it was like, wow, time to see what I was missing out on. And the answer was, oh, it's a bullet hell game. I'm not really good at these.
Okay.
Yeah, Radiant Silver Gun is on the Switch, which was like Ikaruga is like the spiritual successor to Radiant Silver Gun. Our mutual friend Ben was hoping that they were going to do a Sin and Punishment sequel for the Switch, but didn't announce it.
Okay, that one point took it all the fucking way.
Hey, alright. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Alright, there we go.
Oh, I don't know why this has reminded me, but there was something I kept forgetting to say on the Star Wars podcast. Maybe I still will at some point, but I really like in the old LucasArts Star Wars games where it's like anytime an enemy blows up or whatever, much like they just use the John Williams soundtrack for everything, it's like, oh, can we just use the explosion effect from the end of A New Hope? And they're like, yeah, sure. So you just have these chunky ass 3D models, and then when they explode, it's just the animation of the fucking Death Star exploding, and it just makes me laugh every single time.
Alright, we're on the final level.
Oh boy, alright.
Let's fucking go. And it's got like big kind of not Death Stars. Final eggs, Death egg.
Okay, yeah,
this
has some
my
Death
Sonic
egg.
brain was failing me there. And look, this is even that. Oh no, it's not that one. But there is like that gimmick.
Oh well, where it holds you in place, like.
Well, not where it holds you in place and then kind of beams you around. Yeah,
Sonic
there it is.
Adventure
That
had
is just a Sonic lift right there. Hey, I'm.
Oh yeah, that is literally in fucking Sonic Mania, which is obviously from like Sonic 3 or
yeah.
yeah.
They're not very. He's not being shy in a few places.
Yeah.
You know, he cut his teeth there, so.
You think they'll ever do another Mania game? Like.
Nah.
You think that was?
It won't be called Mania. I'll say that. But I don't think the nostalgia pandering is over. Whether they get someone who's qualified to do that pandering is another question.
Well, no, exactly. I know that they got they got like a few of them back to do the Origins collection, where it seemed like, oh, everything we did was good. It was everything that Sonic Team did that was shit. And it was like, I don't know. There's a lot of like very weird bugs in the 2D stuff that can't really be like chalked up to the 3D side of this. But okay.
Oh, didn't dodge that. Oh yeah, no. If it works, I'm not knocking it.
No, sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, at this point,
fun that it's there.
Yeah. But like at this point, like they've done the Origins collection, so it's like, I mean, what can you do now? Because they don't seem to be pandering to the GBA fans or the DS fans. So, Lucas Stanonut says, "Oh Snake, is there a way to play Boiling Point? Do you know if the version on My Abandonware is the correct one?"
I don't, because I've had a disc copy, but I've heard. You might just, I'd say do your research, make sure it's clear. My Abandonware I've had good experiences with before, and when you say correct version, you can patch these things.
Yeah, I recently played and beat Prey 2006, which I got off My Abandonware, and yeah, that worked like an absolute charm, but you're not going to be lucky with everything.
Yeah, just, be cautious about it. I don't think there's like a wrong version, and yeah.
No. And I think My Abandonware is popular enough that people are pretty quick to be like, oh, this is like a virus, fuck this kind of thing.
Yeah, this is dodgy as shit, because they wouldn't want it there, because they're there to also get older games.
Ah, exactly. If you're looking for another game which is pretty good on...
bug-free. If you're looking for a bug-free version of Boiling Point, then you'll
have to patch it yourself.
Yeah. But yeah, no, it won't be the correct version, but after that, finding a bug fix, finding patches, that's That's the easy part. And then you can
Chariot,
find like 16:9 patches, and you'll be do what you will with it.
Chariot, did you play Prey 2006? I mean, he's not on the call. I'm just asking him in the
chat.
In my head.
It does. I'm not hearing like Ace Attorney off this music. Oh god, that enemy.
I was about to say I might put the volume up a little bit to see what it.
I mean, there's elements of it.
Yeah.
I think it's just very high intensity. Like maybe a Pronto theme from Investigations. Even then. Oh no, actually in that. I can feel what you're saying, actually. A crossbow can no longer... That is one of the classic patch notes of Boiling Point. The crossbow can no longer blow up a police station.
That's pretty good.
Like, literally, they found out that a single crossbow bolt would blow up a building.
All I will say about Prey 2006, Jerry, is that it's a really interesting game, but I don't know if it would be your... Knowing what you like, I don't know if it would be your cup of tea. But it has got... I don't know, it's just very...
You're digging it, I've actually been surprised by some of the stuff you've enjoyed in the thing. Though mostly it has been like, oh, I didn't expect you to actually enjoy Prey 2006.
No, and it's weird because like for years and years I was like, because I'm the biggest like Prey 2017 mark, and like I'm like the angriest man alive in regards to people won't play it because it's like, yeah, but because of this game we didn't get Prey 2, which would have been the best game ever made, and I was like, it was a fucking trailer and a bunch of like flim-flam in regards to, oh yeah, we were going to do this and that, and it's weird because Prey 2006...
It's a vaguely cynical thing, but yeah, that game is always going to be perfect in people's heads now because the reality can never exist.
I mean, I said a really good thing, I think I was on somebody's chat before, where it was like, people treated it like a unicorn, but if it came out, it just would have been a fucking horse with a horn on its head.
Yeah.
There's no, like... And again, like, Prey 2006... It's got like a weird amount of polish to it and has like a lot of cool ideas, but like if that game didn't have the time to be developed, which I'm sure fucking Prey 2 wouldn't have, it would have been like dog shit. But yeah, like I can't see any world where Prey 2 would have been the best game ever made unless it was in development for like 13 years, which I mean they cancelled it. And then Prey 2017, I don't know, I've called on it a lot since this, because I've tried replaying it a couple of times since, and it's like, it's really good.
Could it just be a game that, oh, these enemies are actually... I will say that there is a bit of a dive in quality, because these cunts are just designed to hit you as you run into an area.
Oh, the robot, yeah.
These guys are speed traps.
So, funnily enough, Lucas telling you, I started playing Daikatana because I was like, is there going to be any juice here for the podcast? PC version, even playing it with a controller, I fucking hated it. N64 version, not N64 version is where it's at for Daikatana. That was the one where they spent most of their time and attention on.
Okay, I can't be a clever clogs. Okay, I just got to go back. This isn't good.
So, Najisama, yeah, Prey was originally meant to come out in, like, 1997, and it was going to be a build engine game. The one thing that kept consistent throughout all the different iterations was the portal technology, where, like, you know, oh, you can go into this room, and, non-Euclidean technology and all that sort of stuff. But they were like, we can't get this working in build, we need, like, the technology to get good enough, and it just kept stopping and starting.
Was this like a similar time frame to 2 Human?
And not only that, but Duke Nukem Forever.
God.
Two 3D Realms games that just couldn't fucking pull their trousers up, you know?
Yeah.
And the weird thing was that around this time, that was when they decided to have the Native American protagonist, but in all fucking 3D Realms like style. Originally, he was just going to be like a shitty stereotype until eventually Human Head took it on, and they were like, "No, actually, we're going to give this the, you know, not gravitas, but like actually, you know, treat this guy like a normal guy, and you know, dig into the mythology a little bit."
Didn't quite go Rise of the Triad, Shadow Warrior.
Yeah, they didn't make him like Lo Wang. But yeah, it's cool though. Like the Portal stuff in it is really, it's nothing like fucking, you know, Valve's Portal. That's a puzzle game. The Portal stuff in this is just like, it's just a really neat way to kind of move you around rooms, and like it has anti-gravity stuff in it, which feels like Mario Galaxy in a nice way, and like, I don't know, it's just like a game full of really cool ideas, and like of all the games made with the fucking Doom 3 engine, it's probably the best one, even better than Doom 3. So
it did it.
It did it. But then
I wasn't big on Doom 3. I wasn't actually big on a lot of that era of shooters, that kind of Doom 3 mold. I wasn't fond of.
Yeah.
Where everything I associate it with a kind of weird lighting and chunkiness that just I found very unappealing. Also,
no, I totally get the game that is aged the best from that era, because it feels like nothing else in that era, is Half-Life 2, and even then, like,
I mean, I was streaming it the other day. I too kind of want to continue Half-Life 2 VR. Still a fucking belt of that game.
It's still a fucking cracker. They spent fucking years working on that game, and you can see it in the end. Like, they just work so hard to just make it like one of the best feeling like FPS adventure games, and it is perfect in that respect.
No, dodge! Damn it! I fucking hate this section because it's just those cunts.
Why is it even called Prey apart from Well, I kept looking into the research of it, and I think they told fucking
this is gonna be
Arcane to make a new Prey game, but they already had ideas for something else, and they just said, we'll keep the name, but we're doing something else. And that's what they did.
Oh god. I've got no hit points left.
Oh no.
Oh. He singed my fucking souls.
He did, he shot your toes off. What a cheeky bad.
What a cunt. Oh, okay, got away with that. No! Didn't get away with that
bastard.
one. Oh, I'm closer though. We're running. That was a mistake. I'm just gonna try and brute force this section now.
I kind of agree with you a little bit, Pyrogen, but I really like Arcane stuff. It's funny though, because I'm like the only, because most people I know are like very, like they think that Deathloop is like overhyped and it shouldn't have like won games of the year and stuff, and that is shit compared to like Prey and Dishonored. I don't know. I think I like Deathloop.
You were on it. I got bored before finishing it.
No, and I
was one of the enemy. Oh,
you were good in Deathloop. You kept fucking blasting my ass.
Yeah,
whenever we did the multiplayer
stuff. The most fun I had really was doing that multiplayer footage. I did like the multiplayer. I kind of think it was a bit more fleshed out and a bit. I do think that was kind of oversold as a feature because it felt very nothing to me.
Oh god, yeah, no, and I think
I like the idea of it a lot, but it wasn't actually doing it for me in execution. I like the idea of the mind jack shit of you can enter a single player game, and I get a lot of people don't like that, but I fucking love that random element.
Yeah, no, exactly. It kind of feels like you're being a bit of a fly in the ointment, kind of.
Yeah. I dig that, and I dig the kind of chaos that can add and varying up this time loop idea.
Yeah.
I like rogue elements.
Oh, absolutely. And it was funny because it's like, you know, they say, oh, we're doing a multiplayer sim, and your mind races on like, oh shit, like both of us can put boxes on top of each other to get over a wall, and then like you play it and it's like, oh no, it's a bit more like the invasion mode in, you know, Dark Souls, but it still works really nicely. And in fairness, like Deathloop doesn't really have a lot of that, you know, put boxes on top of each other to skip through a level.
Ooh.
It's more
no.
Just had some nice solid movement, but I don't know. For what it does, I think it does pretty well.
It does what it do good. Yeah, Dark Souls is mentioned. We done, boys.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny. I imagine as many video game streamers, this is the one where Dark Souls is mentioned in a very kind of that exists context.
That is, I mean, it's the one game that like when I was playing Cold Winter the other day and going through levels, in the back of my mind, I could hear your voice doing like the narration of like a video on it. It seems very much in. I don't know. Maybe you might try it and you don't think that much of it, but like it feels very in the milieu of like kind of weirdly ambitious shooters of that era. But even then, that kind of ambitions-wise, it's nothing that amazing. It's just they kind of give you a few more options to how to deal with stuff.
This attack puts me on edge. No.
Oh no.
No.
But yeah, I couldn't see a TehStreamerer Dark Souls video like as much as I try and imagine it.
It would never happen.
Yeah.
It's been covered to death, and I don't know. I don't have much interest in it.
No.
You know me, and you know my opinion on Dark Souls is that it has never actually done much for me.
No, absolutely not.
It's fun because existing in the game SA Boy space, it's very amusing to not have much of a care in the world about Dark Souls, because everyone fucking loves Dark Souls in that world.
I mean, that's the thing, though. Everybody. The thing is that if you're an essay boy, you have to eventually do 3 games, and I can only remember 2 of them. One is Dark Souls, and one is Fallout 3, but I can't remember what the third one is.
The other one is the space game where space explodes.
Oh, fucking Outer Wilds, yeah.
That was it. I remember we were thinking, this is the new essay boy cliche. This game,
this
game made me cry.
I played the space game and it made me cry.
It made me think about the inevitability of death, and I was like, buddy, you didn't need a game for that.
You want that? Go to Croydon.
Go to Stratford and think, you know what, actually, the death of the universe...
Yeah, I was about to say, you went to Stratford the other day and you fucking hated it.
I fucking despised it so much. I've never been to a more miserable fucking place in so long. God. It was because I was told at work about the Stratford Computer Fair, where you can get a custom computer built up. And a mate of mine, Jack, who helped me on the hooligan video, and he was like, he's been building up money for years to build a computer. Then the pandemic happened and cryptocurrency happened, and suddenly all the thousands you build up to make a computer can't be fucking spent. But I hear about that and I think, oh, you know what? He's still got the money. He's done me a favor. It's like, hey, we should go check out the computer fair. And it's in a judo kind of sports hall-y thing. Half a basketball court, a table with second-hand laptops, and another with shit old SSDs and
that's boring.
And charged £1.50 entry.
That sucks.
Yeah. Because he didn't have cash, I was just like, oh fuck it. I just pulled out a $5, paid for the both of us, and I was like, I wasn't even thinking about, am I going to get, I'm not that stingy hard up on £1.50, but we walk in, we're in there for 2 minutes, walk back out, woman at the fucking, who charge entry says, have a nice day. Like, you know you're running a fucking scam here.
Well, I was going to say, she didn't even stamp your hand so you could come back in.
No, it was just a ticket. It was like, have a nice day. They knew you're not coming back. That's £1.50 is all anyone's going to fucking spend.
That sucks. I mean, I think...
we get away from there, and Jack just says, now, I know it was, you spent £3. I hope you're not expecting £1.50. I said, I'm fucking not, to be honest. I don't blame you.
God, I've been to some bad computer fairs, but at least they all had like big box PC games there. Like,
nah, not even that. Just 2 rows of fucking. And Stratford is just the most miserable, depressing grey block of concrete on Earth.
Yeah.
Literally, I think what set the tone was there was a drugged-up homeless guy outside the station who was hiding behind an incredibly thin tree, circling around it to pretend we couldn't see him. Despite the fact he was 4 times wider than the tree.
Amazing.
He looked like he was having fun though, and honestly, I kind of get the idea that maybe Stratford just does that to you.
Maybe, yeah. Everyone in Stratford's like that.
I think, yeah. If I got him out of Stratford, I think if I took him to Computer Fair, he would have kind of immediately become fucking cognizant. He'd be like, "The fuck is this shit?" It would have woken him up.
He would have started pulling the copper wire out.
Then we went and got chicken and noodles, and then we watched as this woman poured dry rice onto the pavement, and a flock of pigeons gradually built around it. And I was enamored by the flock of pigeons. I was just watching.
I was going to say, I thought you weren't meant to feed birds.
You know what? I think, yeah, you're not meant to. We were discussing that, and I was like, I'm pretty sure that makes pigeons explode. No, it wasn't. Yeah,
it swells in their stomachs, and they explode.
And then we were sitting there watching that, and I kind of thought, wow, that's a lot of pigeons. It's like 15 pigeons. How many are going to come? And at that moment, we both, for some reason, just get the feeling to turn back, where we see a fucking flock flying straight towards us.
Oh my god.
Jack is lifted away by pigeons as they come past.
He runs. Like, he ran. I was still sitting there as they all shot past. Wow, a variant of Pigeon Lady. That was the highlight of Stratford for me, was this woman just dumping, like, just a bag onto the ground.
It's like when I went to the Cotswolds to, when I worked for that, when I was doing contracting for that company that was doing aerospace stuff, and I went to go visit their offices, and I was over in the Cotswolds for a little bit before I drove back, and yeah, a very weird trip.
Yeah.
Yeah, just. But I mean, the offices themselves were they were full of. They stunk it down. They were full of flies and just.
Did I just get baited by that enemy?
Oh damn! Did you get baited? I will say though, I do wish that I had stayed in Milton Keynes a little bit longer, so I could have seen fucking what's his face from Venom, bloody Tom Hardy beat all those people up in jiu-jitsu in that fucking primary school.
Have a good night.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited for your space video, Chariot, when you get around to it. I like the Golden Record video.
Yeah. Are you doing a space vid? Oh.
Yeah, he's thinking of doing. Well, he wants to do one on Outer Wilds, but he wants to use it as like kind of a starting point for just talking about like space games.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's funny. We haven't really done like a big collaboration or anything this year because we did AMR last year, and we also did the Golden Record as well. But
it's always a thing of who wants to be the organizer, because it's always the most responsibility.
Yeah, and I wasn't really like. Like,
you only wanted to do more if there was like a gimmick you were interested in, like.
Yeah, and if we did another minute remaining kind of thing, I would have wanted it to be like all new people and stuff like that. And at this point, the video essay library on Reddit, that's what they do anyway. So it's like, well, kind of, you know, the baton's been passed.
Also, it's like, I want to say that community is dead because it isn't, but they've stopped. Well, they're not talking in the ones I'm in, so I could just become persona non grata.
Persona 5 Strikers non grata.
Jesus, that should be a spin-off name for a Persona game, Persona non grata.
I was about to fucking send an email to.
I've got a good one. Oh yeah, we're coming up on the finale, so it's just a room with everything. Is there anything I didn't show off? I don't think so. I think I hit them all.
Yeah, we tried all the power-ups.
Oh, I don't want to
actually, what's the dark... Yeah, well done. What was the dark blue one next to that bumper?
Dark blue one.
On the floor. To your right.
Oh, that's wind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we've had a lot of wind. We could go it again because it's nice and easy.
I guess so, yeah.
Fucking up. Atlas Games sue you for copyright after stealing that title. Oh, no.
Essentially, the idea is that space is a super common setting for games, but there are so many different tastes on it. It's kind of interesting because so few people have been to space, so almost all of it is descriptions made by people who haven't been to space. I suppose that's a fair point. Astronauts haven't made a game about space yet.
They haven't got a great big reference pool.
No, and I think the problem is that space itself is, well, I mean, it is an absence of, oh, he's sitting on a cable chair.
Yeah, this is Freon. He's the one running all this. He's the reason all the robots are going mental. And he's going to destroy the Earth.
That is true. There is the John Madden NASA game.
That is true, yeah. Moonbase Alpha.
Moonbase Alpha. John Madden. John Madden. A-E-I-O-U, A-E-I-O-U.
Oh, yeah, Endless Space. It's more a simulator, isn't it? Or am I thinking of the wrong one?
Yeah. Is Endless Space the one that was made by Platinum? Or did I... They made a DS game, which is like the one, because they did like 3 games off the cuff, which were Mad World, Bayonetta, and this DS space game that like no one remembers.
I'm trying to remember what. No, Endless Space wasn't the simulator. I'm thinking of Galaxy Simulator or something.
Oh yeah. Platinum Games Space, Infinite Space. That's what they made.
There we go. I've given myself an edge. I've gone for the easy mode suit because I'm dying a ton near the end.
Fair enough.
Yeah, being a bit of a baby.
Infinite Space, which is made by Platinum Games, and my favorite named developer, Nude Maker.
Ah.
What a fucking name for a developer. Nude Maker.
Oh, where someone's head is at.
Oh, I forgot. Nude Maker are the ones who made Nightcry, which is the Clock Tower game that was funded through Kickstarter, where you're on the boat and you play as the big boob woman.
Where you're on the boat and you play as the big boob woman.
Big boob woman. Yes, you may be getting that confused with the classic Steam game The Ship, but this was a horror game. You ever play much of The Ship?
I did. Real boring fact, actually. In my first, playing, they were just called reviews at one point, but I had a gag, which I wanted to do for every video where I would try and crowbar in a reference to The Ship, and that joke lasted 2 videos, where I just, at some point, compare a feature to a similar one from hit game The Ship.
That feels like a...
That joke did not have legs for very long.
That feels like a joke that you will have forgotten, but that Swede will bring up any opportunity he can.
No. Apparently not even that joke was good enough for Swede to care about remembering.
Fair enough.
I
do like the fact that the final boss of this game kind of has that Nintendo DS thing of, this is the only time we're using a 3D model, although in this case that is just sprites of a 3D model.
I can't believe you could tell that. I couldn't tell that.
Oh yeah, I can...
Oh wait, shit! That was the most obvious choreograph ever, and I've played this before.
Another game which has very obvious 3D models, which are then bit crushed into 2D sprites, of course. Ghost Trick. Ghost Trick's still a very good-looking game.
Yeah.
Shame that they Capcom haven't made another game that looks like it. Actually, the Capcom showcase that they had the other day was quite good. It was TGS. Yeah, fucking Street Fighter 6 was bonkers, especially compared to fucking 5, which in hindsight just kind of seemed like a weird fart in the wind.
No.
Oh no!
Okay.
Oh.
I got close.
Ooh. Yeah,
I am not blocked by Kamiya. I've not interacted with him.
You haven't tried hard
I feel
enough.
like I could be blocked instantly.
I think some 3D games have lasted. Oh wow.
Yeah, he's getting a bit dark, but
he's getting big.
Getting big.
Some 3D games have aged really well, like the Mega Man Legends games, because they have really good texture work.
Teleports behind you. Nothing personal, Spark.
Spark. Oh no, .jpg. Oh, are you gonna play as Spark now? Where you say Spark?
Not for long, I'm afraid.
Oh,
it's kind of a shame we're not going to get to it today for various reasons, but Fark is way more fun to play as than Spark.
So what they need to do is then, from what I understand, they need to combine this with Half-Life VR and let you play as Fark in Half-Life 2 VR.
Yeah, exactly, and I can parry bullets.
Yeah.
Christmas sound.
I agree with that. Chariot Killer 7 has aged super well looks wise. But that's so shame. 13 still looks really good for a really old GameCube game.
You know what's really funny actually is won't get to this for a while.
Yeah.
Spark 3 has really nicely animated cutscenes, which is one hell of a fucking thing to go on from that.
I mean, it's funny because I kind of the cutscenes in this are cute because it looks like he looks like he made them himself, kind of thing.
But then in Spark 3, they're really there's a scene genuinely where it's this really well done comedic moment where a car, a character is driving a car and there's a crash, and he has it. The car is kind of doing an emotion, a kind of facial look, and it's I can't believe he could actually kind of do that amount of emotion in a car,
That's interesting.
It feels above what you'd expect him to kind of get in cutscene direction, but no, it gets very... Spark 3 is genuinely nicely inventive with that kind of stuff.
Yeah. I'm excited to see it.
Yeah.
But you have to play Spark 2 first, which seems to be the one that people aren't too
It's
fussed
very
on.
meh. It's not terrible. It's just not.
I mean, you could just cut it out. You could just go straight to free. You have to do the trilogy.
I'd have to. It only feel right.
I don't feel like enough people use the term trilogy in their like
it's news
to
to me.
advertise
It
us.
sounds pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I mean. Doesn't that make
House.
Frill House? Welcome, Frill House.
Is
My
this
favorite
how we
thing-
play Sonic wrong? Oh god, I mean, I did genuinely consider like Sonic fan games wrong, and then that mutated into playing Lake Fepard wrong, and now I just kind of want to do Spark. And I've got to do Adventure Sonic.
I mean, you have to do it so we can see Chariot's section about randomness.
True, yeah. I do feel bad about that. That is the thing as well, because he said it and he's refined it several times. And now it is basically a big-ass, like, section. And it has got the fucking Sonic 3-ish ending of just...
Oh yeah, of blasting through space as the clouds of Earth below you move with like really nice parallax. But then, wait, hold on, but you're not... Wait, hold on, wait, yeah, what is that atmosphere? Because Earth is behind you.
Yeah. What's going on here?
Yeah, hold on a second.
I thought that was
Earth 2.
I might be wrong here.
The sequel.
Might have my lore wrong. Oh. We got some fucking sick music to go out on, which just has fucking nice bombast and get away from him. And it is a lot easier than the fights that came before it.
Yeah.
I say as I take a fucking hit.
Yeah, that's the that's the Facebook Earth.
I see.
That's the one that they're building on Facebook.
Ooh.
Yeah, he does look a little bit like Cooler from Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah. There's probably multiple influences going on here.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I will also say the final boss of Spark 2 is the funniest goddamn thing, which is another reason I have to actually go through that, because it is really hilarious. Oh god, wait! Ooh, I got away with that. Oh, got pulled back in as well.
I don't feel enough is said about Akira Toriyama, where he makes really interesting villains, but then he calls them all like fucking cartoon shit. Like, yeah, this is Piccolo, like a pickle.
Yeah.
This is Kakarot, like a carrot. Here's Frieza and Cooler and King Cole.
I think it's actually a good naming convention.
Yeah, I mean it is memorable, and I think it's the same thing in
does he not have? Is his dash sprite just normal Spark, or am I insane?
Oh my god!
For a final boss getting too hard, he still isn't. Like, I'm just kind of sloppy. Do you like this ending? Because you can tell what he's like. I mean, he gets that fucking effect good and spot on. Just goes over the top.
I think that's a good way of putting it into lesbians. It is
charmingly rough.
It is
yeah.
charmingly rough.
Oh, there's a bunch of dead civilizations in the background.
Well, I saved the day.
I did it.
If you could have just let the letters "the end" comes up.
I think that's even funnier.
Okay.
It's just the music to the credits being so nonchalant.
Yeah. So this was the guy who would do the before and after sequels, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like Pepper did Sonic before and after the sequel. Spark saved the metaverse.
And the one that I did, the one that I played where it was kind of Metroidvania-y.
It's a very humble kind of ending, I feel like. Just
great. Yeah, this is cute.
Yeah.
I like it. I like it. I like a credit sequence where it's just like, okay, here's all the enemies that are in the game.
And after that kind of ending, to just kind of do this kind of music. Oh, there's an enemy. There's an enemy whose name I really like, and I hope we haven't missed it.
Not noob, I'm guessing.
No. FJ Gat Giza Caesar.
Giza Caesar.
That's a nice bit of art, especially kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Red Wheeler Steve. There it is.
Oh, hold on.
I do like Steve.
Yeah, that's a good joke.
I've realised ever since I closed the game, I haven't actually been streaming to you on Discord. I apologise.
That's alright, I've been watching it on a delay.
Okay. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Steve. Steve.
You always were a kid of Steve.
Those were a kid, Steve.
But yeah. This game actually was kickstarted, but I think he did the Kickstarter when most of it was already done. It was literally... I think it was mostly just to pay for music and sound at that point.
And I guess, yeah, you like get something by like, hey, if you want to buy this game, you can do so early. There you go.
But he had the game by far and away mostly done, so he took a... I think he took a smart approach to kickstarting the game.
Yeah. Damn! Look at all them supporters.
Look at all of them. It's not quite 7 hours of credits.
I don't know. Feels like it.
Oh wow.
Wow.
You lived in Milton Keynes for years. How do you not have the patience of a saint?
No, that's the thing about Milton Keynes. You can get everywhere really quick.
Oh, I thought it was just being boring. In the stream now, it's like, I'm not a dancing monkey. I'm not just doing it on your convenience. Mainly when these credits are over.
Anyways, we can't end the stream unless we do the stream thing of what did we learn.
Which
I think is only a meme whenever I'm on. It's like the episode. It will be like the episode.
You're the one who broaches it, and I'm like, I never learn anything. I don't learn.
It'll be like the episodes of Bullet Time where wherever Kevin's on, he's really keen to be like, here's what was #1 in the charts this week, and you're not gonna fucking do that.
No. I mean, Pyrogen points out we learned that you only do the what did we learn when you're wrong.
Donkey's got beef on all of this. That's true. I may have bullied Donkey when I was younger, but I need to do more research. We're just gonna leave that there because that might be. There might have been multiple people called Meatwad Sprite. I don't know. So
seems fairly generic, but yeah.
Yeah.
Fark story unlocked. I already unlocked it. I've beaten it.
The end question mark.
How often do you stream? I aim
for
not particularly frequently.
Often.
I go like once a week, once every 2 weeks, typically on a Sunday. But I felt like streaming today, so it's very impromptu. There is basically no schedule, but I try and do it semi-regularly.
Are you back this Sunday?
Maybe. I maybe continuing Half-Life 2 VR. Kind of depends on how, because we're both on the Sword stream at different points on Saturday.
Oh yeah, but that's finished on Saturday.
Yeah, true. Could well be on though. 3D modeling is hard.
Yeah.
Drawing a people go mad when they learn they can do little details.
Yeah, that's true. And they'll end up drawing like big kind of blobby messes with no kind of like detail, no kind of like structure to them, but then detail the hell out of them. I couldn't remember much else apart.
Lucas, I am just a fairly inconsistent person. I just kind of go. I'm just kind of
acting on. No, Excomandalus is kind of just up in the air, really. That's mostly
organising 6 or 7 people is a nightmare.
It's really difficult.
Yeah,
and I mean,
I've been varying levels of busyness.
I've been a bit of a. I mean, to be honest, after the middle of October, I'll be back to free weekends again. It's just we've been fucking knocking out episodes of Bullet Time.
Yeah,
so,
you inconsiderately started a podcast in the middle of a busy Ex-Commandaless season.
No, I know, and then to add insult to injury, I was like, "Oh, do you want to be on the podcast?"
I was like, "Yeah, I do." So
yeah, I do. I'm always having to do a project, James.
I'll do a poddy. It's an interesting excuse to play some games.
True. Oh yeah, we did learn about Prey 2006 and Prey 2017. Prey 2006. I don't know. If somebody said which game should I play, that or Prey 2017, I would say Prey 2006 just because it's a shorter game and it's more bang for the buck. Unless you were like really into video games, in which case I would probably say Doom. Yeah, I would say Doom 2016. No, I would say Prey 2017.
I guess some people learned. I didn't learn it, but this game has pretty good music, TBH. Yeah.
No. I mean, I learned in general because I had never seen anything to do with Spark the Electric Jester. This game's cool. This is a neat little game.
And I've got to shill it. Got to do a video on it.
Got to do a video. Oh yeah, we also learned that you'll never do a video about Dark Souls, but you may make a video about. Oh, I fucking forgot the game that really annoyed me that you might make a video about. Shit.
Oh no.
Oh fuck.
Oh no, what was it?
No, I genuinely can't remember.
I can't remember either.
If anybody wants to go back through the VOD, go ahead. But
give us a reminder. Send it to 0207.
Wait, no, what are you doing?
783 1345. Make a vid about agony. No, I don't. Hell Walking Simulator just sounds like Misery to me, and not the Stephen King novel.
And also, from what I understand, you're okay with fannies. That wouldn't spook you too much.
I mean, I'd see like a vagina with teeth, and I'd just kind of go Carl Pilkington about it. I'd be like, "What's that about then?"
You'd look at it and be like, oh, "What if I fed it?"
I mean, does it need to eat? Like,
what if I put a Yorkie in there?
It's not for girls.
It's not for good. Yeah.
Let's stop being Carl Pilkington in one.
No, I don't know what Carl Pilkington's like. I'm just doing that voice.
Fanny is not okay with teeth, especially British. Oh, okay, now vagina dentata. Now I understand the horror of it, thinking about horrible teeth.
And that was also the thing as well, is that these are mostly Yanks. So when we're talking about Fanny, they just think we're talking about bums. Oh no!
Imagine an arse with teeth.
That'd be funny. That would be genuinely funny.
Like chomping it, like, oh, it's a bit hard to take a shit. And you chomp
imagine if you just saw an ass and a grinned at you. That'd be funny as well.
We learned a bit about comedy and Ricky Gervais.
Yeah, we learned that we're both comedy snobs, but I will listen to Comtown, so that's my cross to bear, I guess.
Oh, you can look up onerism on your free time if you ever have some. You like playing as a psychopathic kid goes on a murder spree in Dreamland to find her bunny back. That's the game for you.
Okay.
That's interesting. It's a premise.
Persona. Yeah, we named the new Persona game Persona Non Grata.
Should be a cool title. That should be a new special edition. Persona 5, you are kind of Persona Non Grata.
That's true. We talked about the ending of Better Call Saul, but kind of danced around the details of it.
Yeah, quite badly.
Yeah.
It feels a bit bad when you have to say, I liked it, and I can't say why. It feels a bit shallow, but...
We were just like, we don't want to give too much away. And then was like, I think it got quite a fitting ending, and those prisoners really... And it's like,
you know what, let's dance around the ending by dancing right into it.
The whole reason I brought it up was because I was on Twitter, and apparently Vince Gilligan's next series that he's doing is going to have Rhea Seehorn in it. What's her face? Kim.
Yeah.
But it'll be for Apple Plus, so they must have paid more.
So, coming to a pirate site near me then.
Yeah, coming very soon to a Plex server.
Oh, boy.
Well, folks, I hope you enjoyed Spark the Electric Jester. Remember, if you want to get more information, you can follow him on Twitter at Sparkly Electric. He probably is on Twitter.
He doesn't tweet very much. He's just kind of running about. I should do... Yeah, we learned enough. I think that's too much. We learned so much, we're not going to remember any of it. What a waste of an idea.
Man, he looks pretty cool in the artwork that they have for the third one. He looks pretty dope.
Yeah, he gets a new jacket. Spoilers.
You can follow Lake Fepard (Fepard Games) at Lake Fepard. That's LakeFeperd over on Twitter. His real name is Felipe Dunlols, I think. I don't know.
I don't know what 91 M10 is referring to with "we're not." It's too late in the day.
We're not. We're
not over yet. That's the problem as well. Pyrogen wanted us gone ages ago.
I don't like that the first picture on this guy's on the fucking Spark Twitter is a reference to that picture where it's the white girl surrounded by black guys in the porn video. but it's
I
sparkly
respect
like. You respect that, do you?
I respect that.
Okay. Oh, and also, if you get a chance, watch that video, City Skylines Franklin Episode 1 by Do Not Eat 01. It's pretty good.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, bye, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams. Dream of Spark.